I don't know. I just never got into building decks. But something I did get into is playing video games by myself. So what I'm going to do is put a marker in the stream and then type in day fort. So we're going to be building a day fort today, which means it's going to be a one-shot fort. We're going to do one fort with a theme, and we're going to try and finish the fort. Well, we are going to finish the fort, for better or for worse, in one stream. So right here is the dock for day forts. I actually moved all of the actual forts into here. And I changed the VODs from Twitch VODs to the YouTube playlist. So if you click on this, you'll get the full archive. Can you get a dwarf? Not until we get in game. But maybe. We'll see. I don't take requests this early, so. So here we have the actual folder. If you open this up, it'll give you the Google Drive, and you can go download all of the worlds. They're not in order, but like 6 is the most recent one. You can go download all of the worlds if you would like to download one of the other weeks that we've done. We have all of the themes and ideas that we've done, and we need to decide what we're gonna roll into today. What are we going to try and complete? Kind of want to do a pit fort today, like just dig a big hole. Spartan day fort? The fuck's a Spartan day fort? Explain. I don't know what that means. What, like we run naked into battle with nothing but spears? That would be very difficult to make dwarves run into battle naked. A fort focused into military? What, like just put everybody in the military? Or you build as high as possible? I mean, that's not really a challenge. But in theory, I could do one. I was going to say, you speak Greek and wrestle naked and cover the dwarves in oil. Homeless fort? That's not a fort. That's like, okay, so just don't build a fort. Nah. 20 Z levels up. I don't think I could do that in one stream. I feel like knowing what I know about how time-consuming building is, I don't know if I could do that in a stream. I mean, I probably could. I hadn't thought about that. I'm trying to think about how we would get food. It's not very dwarfy, though. No, above ground building is, well, above ground building is pretty quick. Suspended above ground building is really slow. I mean, that could be interesting. It would just be everybody's in a squad, basically. We'd have a shit ton of wrestlers. Or it goes on top of the last thing. I would do, if you're gonna do that, I would very much do a custom world gen where like you have more Z levels to build upwards, because you could super do that. I think we could do Spartan war training. Temple to every deity is one that we could do too. Which is one of the recommended ones. I kind of like the idea of the Spartan fort though. That seems like fun. The hard bit I think would be actually giving people weapons though. By taking wrestler squads to demand tributes, I mean that's not hard. Could super duper do that. Although, as somebody who very much hates WWE, it would definitely be an independent wrestling league we'd name ourselves after. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, the fort of yours that had almost 100 deities. That'll happen when you have a lot of guests and a lot of like people from other areas staying in your fort, because they'll all bring their own deities. And then like if you have an elf or two that worship like 5 or 6 forces, then it's like, well, we have you, and between the 3 of you, you make up for like 24 different forces. And then these 4 humans all worship different gods because they're all from different factions. And then all my old normal dwarves that all worship different gods. And it's like, oh, Jesus. It's definitely a problem. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? Mandatory military time and Spartans, or I guess we'd also have to use bucklers and spears and helmets, and that would be the only armor we'd be allowed to have. Bucklers, spears, and helmets. Sounds appropriate for Spartans. So I'm gonna chuck a poll into the chat because I'm torn on these two. Temples basically will just be every a temple to every deity, or military Spartans. So either military Spartans or temples. And if we go Spartans, I'll probably embark somewhere with shallow metals and a little bit scarier. What do? And yes, you can spend money to make the poll win in your favor. If you just want to bankroll it, you can do that. Because shins? I mean... yeah. Also, just shouting out, Temples is a really good band, by the way. Regardless of which one you guys vote for. It could be like Milla era Timbuktu. Although if you guys tie it, I'm gonna be pissed. Just gonna throw it out there. All right, looks like we're doing Spartans. Cool. I'm gonna chuck that into the thing. So another thing that I do in this document is there's a tab down here called Legends. If you click on this tab, these are stories that have been either written or found by people, which you can read if you would like. And I also do these little screenshot collages of previous weeks, which you can also find through here. So if you want to see stuff that we've done with these one-shot forts in the past, you can find those there. I will quickly make another tab at the bottom for week 7, which is today. And I will clear this dock. All right. You love desolating West Africa. I love Crusader Kings things out of context. It's always fun. All right, so start playing. Oh, actually, one thing I gotta do first. Dwarf Fortress, I just gotta copy my save. Because I need to upload the copy from today. Copy. Wait, no. Copy. Paste. Also, cheers to everybody who stumbled in here from YouTube today. Seems to be a few of you. Let's dive in. Where the heck did enchant... Oh, did I? I know what I did. There it be. All right, I gotta just quickly retire this fortress because apparently I didn't do that. Whoops. I got 2 forts to retire real quick. Shouldn't take too long. Apparently I just saved and quit last week instead of retiring. It's like, wait, what? Where's this save file? Oh, I just need to save and quit. Gotta love large worlds taking forever to save. Man, I wish my hands wouldn't hurt. Sucks. Anyways, internet, how's everybody's Saturday been so far? Hope it's been good. We're just kind of trying to keep it chill today, I guess. So, hey, you know, just waking up could also be a positive thing. Also gotta retire this one. Setting up your overlays again? Did you reinstall Windows or something? Going to try another platform? Which one? From which one? Wish you could cut it down to 8 or something? Yeah, I mean... YouTube? Gross. Why would you do a thing like that? Don't stream to YouTube. Put videos on YouTube. Stream to Twitch. Actually, definitely don't stream to DLive, so I guess it's better to do YouTube than DLive. But as somebody who does stuff on YouTube and Twitch, don't stream on YouTube. Just don't, unless you're gonna play Among Us and Fortnite, don't fucking stream on YouTube. Waste of fucking time. Just don't do it. All right. But you know, you'll figure that out yourself. Continue playing. Cool. So now we can roll to here. And Dwarf Fortress. Then you have a paper, right? Gotcha. That sounds pretty chill. Exactly one streamer that's doing better on YouTube than they were ever doing on Twitch. It's like there's this very much grass is greener thing with Twitch where there's always going to be a portion of the community that believe that X platform's better because it's not Twitch. All the platforms have exactly the same problems. The only difference is you may not already have a baked-in audience on another platform. And even if you have a bigger audience on another platform, you're not necessarily going to actually see anything from that by moving to a different platform. Almost all of the situations I've ever seen in my time doing this, where people are like, I'm going to go to Mixer, or I'm going to go to this platform, like clockwork. They come back. Like clockwork. And I just see it as a waste of time. It's like, just pick a platform. Doesn't matter what platform. Just pick a platform and stick with it. But, like, look at what's good on that platform, right? If certain platforms have certain levels of variety. Twitch is big enough and has been around long enough that you can stream Dwarf Fortress and roguelikes and do okay, right? YouTube, you'll get fucking buried. Unless you're playing big popular shit. DLive is terrible unless you're playing one of, like, 3... very, 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 very popular free-to-play shooters, or PUBG Mobile. Or you're a racist shit and you want to spread propaganda and not get banned because they don't have they don't have any sort of moderation on that platform. Then there's Facebook, which is great if you play mobile games. Anything else? No, it's kind of terrible. Or if you don't stream in English, then Facebook's also pretty good. But we're going to do a Spartan Fort. So I need to find somewhere that has shallow metal and hope that we get military metal. and hopefully some fun that we can actually fight. So yeah, no, certain things definitely do better on different platforms, but just pick one and stick with it. In my experience, if you're just constantly trying different platforms, it's generally kind of a waste of your time. But I'm also kind of cynical, I guess, in that regard. All right, so we'd want to do something kind of Mediterranean feeling. So probably like, I don't really want to do another thing with the Brilliant Saber because I've done a lot of forts with the Brilliant Saber. I kind of want to do something with these guys, the Granite Urn, because I've done nothing with the Granite Urn, but they don't really have much. Well, I mean, they kind of have this area. Yeah, we haven't done anything in this area with the Granite Urn. Maybe we should do that. That's deep metals. Is there any shallow metals up here? A lot of deep metals and varied aquifers and light aquifers. Civs do have culture and they also have tendencies. Like this could be fun. Mostly mountainous. How steep is that? Not particularly steep. Different factions have different cultures. They also have different gods. We're already at war with goblins here. And since everybody's going to be joining the military, it's not so much of an issue. What's the other biome there? Got the two biomes. They're both shallow metals, so we'll have two different kinds of metals. Freshwater swamp on the edge of a mountain. Clay and growing space down below. Almost no trees. Mountain. Warm environment. So yeah, separate civs have different culture. They have different gods. Generally, they like the longer a civilization is around, the different kind of dwarves they could have populating. So if they're a particularly evil culture, like if they've had a lot of zombies and necromancers in their history, maybe they're a little bit darker. If they're a little bit more positive in their culture, maybe, or less evil, I guess, then you'll have less of that stuff and more kinder dwarves. And depends on the other races that they've assimilated into their faction will kind of like change and contort their culture. Like if they've had a lot of elves, maybe they really like nature. If they haven't had many elves, or they've had more humans, maybe they'll be a little bit more industrious and prefer crafting. You can have situations where dwarves don't, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like combat as much because they're generally more fearful. You can also the faction depicts what they look like. If they come from a particular part of the world and have specific genetics, they will look visually different if you read their descriptions. Also, to be clear, Dr. Beefcake, I'm not trying to like bash down your hopes and dreams. Best of luck with YouTube. But I know exactly one person who streams on YouTube and does well. And even he has stated many times on his stream that he wishes he could just switch to Twitch. But he's tried, and his audience hasn't followed him. So, and I know several people who have pretty successful YouTube channels with like 80,000+ subscribers and stream on Twitch because they make way more money streaming through Twitch than they ever did through YouTube. And then put their VODs up on Twitch, on YouTube like I do. So I see it as kind of not a lost cause by any chance. Like there is definitely a route to success there, but just, ugh. That's all I have to say. Poems and songs? Yes, poems and songs, religions. Sometimes they'll have overlapping gods. I've definitely seen one god or multiple gods crossing civs before. I guess like if there's like a lot of like culture sharing between two civs, or if they're close by, then you'll have multiple civilizations worshiping the same gods, but they might have different religions based on the same god. That's definitely not true. because I don't watch any VTubers, and I know some people who have done quite well over on YouTube streaming. But I don't know. I think being multi-platform is the best route. Doing different things on different platforms, you know? Like, I put my reruns up on YouTube. I put edited content up on YouTube. I occasionally do premieres on YouTube, and I stream on Twitch. And that, in my experience, is the right way to do that combination of things. Maybe also, if you want to create other content on other platforms, also have an Instagram and create stuff up there. Not a whole lot, schmeezy. We're just getting started. So we've kind of agreed that we're going to do a Spartan fort for the day fort today. So it's going to be specifically focused around military. So every single dwarf is going to get mandatory military time. By that, I mean everybody's going to be in the military. Do we have like an age cutoff where they get booted out of the military, though? That's kind of the question. Do we have an age where they get booted out of the military? Like a point where they're too old and they become a noble? Because like if nobles are based around age and not skills. If you're thinking that they will live that long, well, here's the thing: they might, because you can totally have dwarves just like migrate to the fortress that are like 140. So if a dwarf shows up that's like 140 plus years old, do we make them into a librarian instead of a swords dwarf, or a spear dwarf rather? Does that make sense? You know, it's like, well, or a smith, because we're also going to need like dwarves that do more crafting stuff. So we're going to need like squads of dwarves that are brave and like the military, and then we're going to need squads of dwarves that are actually just crafts dwarves. 70 plus, that's middle-aged, my dude. So unless they're like, I don't know, at least 120 plus. If they can lift a fork, they can lift a spear. I mean, that's brutalism, but I guess. $150 is when they get the chance to die every spring, up to 170. They won't live past 170. If they're living past 170, you need to make sure they're not a vampire. A vampire! I love them vampires. $80 plus. You're literally saying that you get to retire at the age of 40, pilot. After a certain amount of kills? Maybe we give them a break after fighting, but I don't know if I like the number of kills thing though. That doesn't seem like enough. I don't know. Regardless, I think I found my spot to embark. So we're going to embark on the side of this mountain. We're embarking on 2 biomes. Temperate freshwater swamp. Temperature is warm, heavily forested, thick vegetation. We have clay, some soil, shallow metal, deep metal, and a flux stone layer. The other biome that we are embarking on is a mountain, the Crest of Hatchets, which is warm temperature with trees. Other vegetation is moderate. Surroundings are calm. There's a brook flowing through, and we have shallow metal, deep metal, and a flux stone layer. So hopefully one of those 2 biomes will give us metals that we can use for weapons, ideally. Nearby are dwarves, elves, humans, and goblins, which we're at war with. We are part of the Granite Urn, which is a faction that I've done one fort with in the past, which is the one kind of in the middle of the world right here. As for elevation, it's pretty medium cliffs. Not super steep, but medium cliffs throughout. And yeah. And ended by small fire. I mean, I can't do that in one day unless I start on a volcano. Tyrlac. I'm not Cupo, unfortunately. I don't have fast Dwarf and all the other DF hack cheats that he uses to get that stuff done super duper duper duper, duper, duper quickly. All right. Well, let's dive in. Prepare for the journey carefully. All right. What kind of animals would Spartans have? It's the first thing that comes to mind. What kind of animals would Spartans have? I'm thinking hunting dogs. Actually, you know what we could also do? We could kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. Just getting started, yeah, board. Just getting started. We could kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. So one of the other day fort goals that I have, if we're doing the because we're doing Spartans, one of the other goals that I have is where is it? I should cross that one out because we did that last week. Where is it? Why am I not seeing it now? No plump helmets. We could do no plump helmets. So we don't use plump helmets. Another thing I could in theory do is fishing, but I don't know if there's actually gonna be fish here. Would have sheep and goats. I could do sheep and goats. Greeks in chains. Chained up Greeks. I mean, well, that's not so easy to do. I'm not gonna also do sweet pods. I mean, we could do sweet pods, but I think it would be kind of fun doing like a lot of flour for food and then getting the majority of our booze from that jungle because it is calm surroundings. So I'd have to fence an area off. So what I could do is I need to see the actual biome itself, but what I could do is I could put the fortress itself up in the mountain part and like dig into the side of the mountain and hopefully find all the metals we need, and then wall off a chunk of the forested area and send dwarves out periodically to go and get fruits from the trees. And so we could do that. So I think we're going to go with no plump helmets. So I'm just not going to embark with plump helmets. No plump helmets. But we are going to bring more cave wheat and cave wheat seeds. And we can, I can make a millstone. And we could, ooh, we're Spartans. We're going to be strong. I was going to say we could do something with pumps, but I don't know. Dwarven gym. Versus birding? What do you mean by birding? I don't have any likes or dislikes, really, when it comes to mechanics in DF. I just kind of do what I feel like. But if you make slim helmets, what then? Well, if there's slim helmets in Dwarf Fortress, that's news to me. Infinity, what's up? Just egg... Oh, egg layers? Like I said, I don't have any preference. What we're doing today, board, is we're doing a scenario, basically. So every Saturday, I do a day fort, which is just a one-shot fort, where I just build whatever, based on whatever. And we go in with a set of restrictions. So... asking if, do you have like a preference in something versus something? No, I don't, because usually I just use what is provided to me and available. But on Saturdays, I go into forts with specific restrictions. Sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're very much not. So that's all it is. I'm thinking about... Said cattle. Yeah, no, I always get perplexed when people are like, do you prefer this versus this? It's like, no, I don't have any preferences, really. It's always something that's kind of confused me. We'll bring a cow and a bull, because they're expensive. Sheep and goats. Actually, you know, let's do sheep and goats instead of bulls and cows. Although those are water buffalo, not actually cattle. How's the day treating everyone? I think like everybody is like unanimously stated that they've slept in today. So, and that's about how today's treated me. Let's bring 2 goats. Or that'll work. 3 and 3 goats. And let's bring a couple hunting dogs. 2 and 2, I think. How's it been for me? I slept in, so I was late getting started, but aside from that, I'm okay. Infinity. Just like just every day. I mean, generally, I'm pretty consistent about waking up when I'm supposed to. Today, I just wasn't. That's a lot of rum. Interesting. I wonder why they only have 1 type of alcohol. Let's bring a bunch of extra rum. I'm not going to need any dimple cups. I'm not going to use that. Also not going to use rock nuts. Well, we can do milk and cheese. We'll be doing a lot of harvesting stuff from the swamp because swamps are very lush as far as like tubers, fruits, vegetables, and things that are just growing naturally. So farming will be like a minimal thing. We won't need to do too much in the way of farming. So yeah, it shouldn't be too bad in what we can actually do. Question is do I want to embark with actual skills? Because I think I might. Thought of the Northern Greeks as too wine-soaked. I knew that. It was very honor-heavy. But at the same time, like, we're assuming a lot about tactician and leader. Okay, I'm not going to go embarking with useless skills. Like, that's just a waste of points. I might as well not spend the points at that point. Freeways? Like, I'm thinking I give them all skills and, like, a specific weapon. Like, if I give them all fighting skills. But even then, like, that's kind of useless, really, because they'll gain that real quick. Like, I could give them all 1 point in fighting or shield using, or spearman. Oh, you meant just, like, one guy? I kind of want to just let the game do that naturally, because I don't want to go giving it to someone who's bad at it, right? It's kind of a dwarven free will thing. It's like, I could give them all 2 points in spear. Give them all 2 points in spear. Go pop a Wikipedia page open. Wonder if they liked bacon. I mean, it'd probably be more like pork butt than bacon. Not that they wouldn't cut bacon that thin, but... All meat had to be cured and smoked so they would keep instead of rot. Well, yeah. But I have a feeling they wouldn't be... Like, I'm just making an assumption, but I have a feeling they wouldn't be cutting the meat that thin. Like, to be able to make bacon specifically. Also, yeah, pigs. That's a good idea. Pigs. I could bring some pigs. Which means we're going to be making buckets. I'm going to need some wood crafting. Question is, should I bring spears with us? I'm not going to have points for that because we're bringing so much livestock. We'll bring some extra cave wheat seeds. Bring extra cave lobster. Would there be much fish in their diet? Actually. You know what? I'm actually going to bring more booze. Just going to kind of pump the last of my points into booze and cave wheat seeds. That'll do. All right. Let's name the fort first. Find fortresses. No, that's a terrible name. Sword fountain. We could do like spear fountain. Spear fountain. I don't know if I like that. Spear something? How about actually? War fountain. I like that. Unless anybody has a better idea. War Abbey, War Vaults, War Dove. I don't think, is power a word? Power is, I could totally just call them Power Fountain. I kind of want to go with Power Fountain. Power Fountain sounds like a Powerwolf cover band. Blood Fountain? Music list's a little bit loud. Let me turn that down. Just a tiny bit. Warpath. Ooh. Warpaths could work. I like Warpaths. I think we're gonna go with Warpaths. So the fortress's name is Warpaths. That's the name I'm rolling with. So give me a second here to write this stuff in. Sticking that in the title so I don't forget it. Popping up the dock. All right. Theme's been written in to the dock right here. Right there. Okay, whoops, nope, that's war early. I always forget that this screen has mouse support, because that's a thing, for some reason. Alright, so Warpaths is the name of the fort. Let's name our group the Dragon Rage. I mean, we could do the something Rage. The Whimsical Rage. I'm not certain I like that. The Big Rage. The Chosen of War. The Passionate Rage. The Joyous Rage. The Outrageous Rage. That's just YouTuber gamer moments, man. How about that? The Immortal Rage. Kadron. Kadaron. 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 The Immortal Rage. I like that I'm just like ignoring all of your suggestions, chat, but I'm kind of taking a few there. Because Dragon Rage was the suggestion. I like this one. I think this works good. This works good. And then symbol. The Forest of Flags. Now this one we could call like the the warrior. Could I do the warriors? No, I can't. Let's go the Bulwark of Scholars for the name of our image. And we are going to start off with a dwarf. Actually, just dwarves. Object. Image of dwarves and spears. The dwarves are screaming. My neighbor's dog above me is just barking like a mad lad. I'm really starting to get worried that my neighbors are like neglecting that dog. Cause like it's just freaking out all day, every day. Like I'm pretty sure they just go to work and leave it there and it just like destroys their apartment every day. It's just constantly barking. Or something equivalent. I'm gonna go with more like the Rows of Warriors type image, Magna. Dwarves are screaming. It's an image of dwarves and spears. The dwarves are screaming. The dwarves are striking a menacing pose. Maybe bucklers. It's an image of dwarves, spears, and bucklers. The dwarves are screaming. The dwarves are striking a menacing pose. The Bulwark of Scholars. What do you guys think? Does that need anything in particular? I think it's pretty perfect. I don't think we're getting much better than that. All right. So the fortress name is Warpath. The group name is the Immortal Rage. The group's symbol is the Bulwark of Scholars, an image of dwarves, spears, and bucklers. The dwarves are screaming. The dwarves are striking a menacing pose. Needs more loincloths. Dwarves can't actually make loincloths. So while on one hand, I agree, on the other hand, we're going to have to leave that to artist interpretation. Well, I only have one thing left that we need. We need 7 names. So if you're in the chat right now, just raise your hand, and the first 7 people that raise their hand get names. So if you'd like a name, do so now. Body oil? It's not a thing in DF. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's in no particular order. Magna. Freeways. Goffer. Gofter? Goffer. Mad. Max. Anybody else? Stupid, if I can type. My fingers are still hurting. Ronar. Oh, 1. And we got one more. Who wants the last one? Then we'll read all their descriptions and we'll get into dwarfs. to probably die first. If no one else shows up. Infinity. There you go. Welcome to the fourth infinity. I hope you enjoy your time here. And, yeah. Guess it's time to read. So Magna says, a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Good. 64 years old, born on the 3rd of Hematite in the year 264. Actually, you know what? I'm going to just embark, and then we'll read their descriptions so we can get their gods and stuff as well, because I think that that's kind of fun. So we're just going to press E first. And then we'll read their descriptions. You have arrived after a long journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, the Lokuvakar. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor, of course, will come sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the alligators get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Alin Sinis Samar. Warpath. Strike the earth. Well, it's certainly steep. Let's get that them screenshots rolling, shall we? Before I do anything else. Yeah, that dog sounds upset. Yeah, I'm actually getting, like, pretty close to just, like, complaining to my landlord about this dog above me out of sheer fucking concern for it, because it does not sound happy. And then when the neighbors are home above me, it's, like, being loud. Like, it sounds like it's not getting enough exercise and being cooped up. Bored and lonely? Yep. Bored and lonely and stressed sounding. It just kind of sucks, and it pisses off my neighbor's dog, my other neighbor's dog. So my neighbor's like right next to me, have a very large dog who's totally fine being alone all day. Super quiet, nice dog, and it gets that dog riled up, and he starts barking, and then I got the one above me barking and the one right there barking, and it fucking sucks. But before I do anything else, let's read about these dwarves. A skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold, says Goffer, the expedition leader. She's a worship of Arist, the deities of right. I've never seen that god before, so this is new to me. Arist, the deity of rights, is a deity of the granite urn. Arist most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with warren fortresses. Perfect. Fucking perfect. Also, necromancers like it. Excellent. That's a perfect god for us to worship. The god of war and fortresses. She is 65 years old, born on the 13th of Timber in the year 263. Her rust eyes have very large irises. She has very low cheekbones and an angular chin. She has a high voice and her eyebrows are high. Her somewhat splayed out ears are narrow. Her head is narrow and her nose is short. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her hair is light brown and her skin is dark brown. She is tough and likes garnerite gold and lavender jade, kestrel leather, coffins and anvils, and the sound of the bull of lyrics. When possible, prefers to consume naked mulldogs, sea nettle, and jellyfish, and wine, and llama's milk, longland flour, and absolutely can't stand fucking hamsters. They're goddamn disgusting. Who could possibly like hamsters? She generally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, respects power, and does not care about family one way or another. She dreams of mastering a skill someday. She is utterly fearless when confronted with danger, to the point of lacking common sense. I like this dwarf a lot. She is very stubborn and very comfortable around those that appear different from herself. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She can sometimes act without deliberation and often feels discouraged. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She scratches her head when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Your kid just got a hamster? You'll have to replace it when it dies. Is this one of those, like, your kid got a hamster, and when it dies, you're going to have to buy a new hamster without the kid noticing? Or will you explain life and death to the kid when the hamster dies? So that's first dwarf. Ingoffer. The second one that we're going to read is Magna, who also is almost the same age, 64 years old, also dreams of mastering a skill, and says, I was never one to follow advice, and is a worshiper of the god of Kadol, which is the deity of the granite urn. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with wealth and jewels. I think it's, okay, so often I find a lot of dwarves, deities are represented as male dwarves. I think this is interesting that this faction is like, the first two gods we've read about them have been females, or represented as ladies, which is neat. The deity of the granite urn. Also, the dwarf necromancer construct visions attempted to corrupt Usteth in order to have an agent in fortress urns. So very much necromancers like this god as well. Her ears are narrow and her head is narrow. Her slightly upturned nose is short. Her hair is straight and her medium-length hair is braided. Her rust eyes are slightly close set. Her nose bridge is slightly convex and her hair is light brown. Her skin is dark tan. You thought they'd only lived 3 to 4? Nope, guinea pigs can live pretty long. Wait, so she has 2 guinea pigs and now also a hamster? Man, them guinea pigs, they got competition now. She personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and dreams of mastering a skill. She's not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She cracks easily under pressure and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She often acts with little determination and confidence, and she tries to get things done. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She tends to be a little wasteful when we're working on projects, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has little interest in joking around, and she does not often feel lustful. She is a friendly individual, and she has a greedy streak. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. She likes gold, lace ogate, clear glass, and desert tortoise bone, and the color pine green, low boots, and barrels, and crowns, and nautiluses for their shells. In the words of the pregnant orbs, okay, and the goldenrod tress, the sound of the goldenrod tress, and the fancy sweetness, and prefers to consume donkey cheese, bloated tubers, beetroot wine, and hates bats. Seems like a good dwarf overall. Freeways is the next dwarf we're having a peek at. 56 years old, also a worshiper of the god of wealth and jewels. Donkey cheese for everyone. And is associated, she also likes the same god as the last one, so wealth and jewels, female dwarf. She is 56 years old, Born on the 21st of Felsite in the year 272. She has a scratchy voice, her hair is clean-shaven, she's short, and she has an angular chin. Her ears are narrow, and her hair is light brown. Her skin is brown, and her eyes are rust. She likes orthoclase, pig iron, green zircon, giant kestrel leather, rami paper, the color raw umber, spears, nice buckets, and the words of the pregnant orbs. Prefers to consume selfin ostrich, sailfin molly, soft wheat beer, and 2 cupped Campbell's milk. All right, you are going to be our weaponsmith, I think. I'm just going to chuck that in there. And Magna, we're going to give you furnace operating and metal crafting. And our expedition leader, I'm going to give wood burning. Yeah, we'll go with wood burning. Welcome back. Now the dog is whining. Yeah, I'm gonna send an email to my landlord after today. All right, so the next dwarf that we're reading about is Mad Max. There will be more opportunities. If you hang out for like an hour, we'll get a, within the next hour, we should get a migrant wave. And when that happens, there will be more than enough, I have a feeling. So this dwarf is a worshiper of Dur, the squeezing indignation. That is a long name for a god. Holy crap, that's a lot of things. A lot of goblins are writing books about this thing too. Lots of books. Written by goblins and vampires. Corruptions have happened here. Goblins and vampires really like this god. All right, is it the squeezing indignation is a deity of the granite urn. Dur most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with valor. The god of valor. So now we have a god of wealth and jewels, a god of valor, and a god of war and fortresses. Gobot! Thank you very much for subscribing to the stream. Cheers, man. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarfs and shit. Thanks for sticking around. Glad you enjoy the streams. And enjoy the ad-free viewing. Jack, can we get a round of beers? You already know what to do. But as for Mad Max's actual personality, he's 54 years old, born on the 8th of Moonstone in the year 274. His hair is straight, his very long sideburns are braided, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His short hair is neatly combed, and he has a narrow chin. His nose is short, and his ears are narrow. His head is narrow, and his hair is light brown. His skin is burnt umber, and his eyes are rust. His eyebrows are somewhat high. He is very rarely sick, and he likes regular nickel. Realgar? What the heck's Realgar? Realgar? Hold on, let me figure out what Realgar is. Realgar. If the first thing that pops up is the DF wiki, it's not real. Nope, it's a gem. Let me just see if I scroll down here. Okay, we're safe. Realgar. I understand. It's like, so, you know, this is like something I would just like associate with flame and shit as a younger kid. That looks really cool. That is really fucking cool. So the reason I have to like check when I scroll down on this is whenever I search for minerals and gems, there's 2 things that usually pop up. 3 things that usually pop up. The mineral and gem, primarily. Not safe for work. Steven Universe fan art. And dildos made out of that gem. So I gotta be careful when I scroll down a little bit. Like, it's been a couple of times I've definitely, like, popped that shit up, scrolled down, and been like, whoop, that's a penis. All right, so You like Realgar, nickel, blue diamond, cow hoof, amber, the color of Ceratruce, picks, bucklers, and bracelets, and cavies for their adorable call. In the words of the pregnant orbs, and prefers to consume tomato wine and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Relatable. Personally, values good craftsmanship, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and dreams of mastering a skill. I mean, I've got lots of reasons to have big rounds of beers today, Authority. Lots of reasons. Yeah, right? Like, just, I don't believe I've ever found Realgar in DF before. So that's interesting. It must be a rare gem. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. He tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he is only rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Often feels lustful and occasionally overindulges. He has a greedy streak and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Yeah, that's it. I'm just going to take a minute to write an email to my landlord real quick. It'll take 2 seconds because I'm just very concerned by this shit. Like, to be clear, my building has rules about how big your dog's allowed to be and, like, noise complaint rules. And we're supposed to be quiet after 11 p.m. 11 p.m. is quiet time. If you're making loud noises beyond 11 p.m., people are allowed to submit noise complaints about you. And they were playing fetch with this dog at, like, 12:30 at night most nights. And it's definitely way bigger. I can tell just by the barking sound it's making than it's supposed to be for this building. Yeah, there are 59 people in my apartment right now. Yeah. I mean, we're all legal adults, so we can also have very hard-earned beer for no particular reason. All right. Anyway, enough of me writing emails. Let's read about the next dwarf here. Stupid. She is a worshiper of the squeezing incantation, which is a hard thing to read, which is, of course, the god of valor. She is 58 years old, born on the 23rd of Hematite, in the year 270. Faithful worshiper. Almost never sick and strong. Her straight hair is somewhat greasy. Her short hair is neatly combed. Her nose is short, and her ears are narrow. Her somewhat tall head is narrow, and her rust eyes are slightly close set. Her hair is light brown, and her skin is pale chestnut. It's not like we're going to be driving anywhere. Well, it's not like you should be driving. Well, I mean, you can drive places, just don't actually go anywhere, you know? She personally is completely put off by the idea of friends and sees introspection as important. Dreams of creating a great work of art. All right, so this is the first dwarf who doesn't actually want to master a skill. So I think I'm going to give this dwarf stoneworking primarily. After you have beer. I mean, you can drink and chat, just don't drive and chat. You know what I'm saying? If you drink in real life, don't drive in real life. So this dwarf dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind and about things, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She has a greedy streak, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She tends to hang on to grievances and is often cheerful. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She prefers to present herself modestly and can sometimes act without deliberation. She chews her nails when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. 8 hours bottle to throttle. I've never heard that term before, but I also don't drive, so gotta be something to do with that. Ronar. Is it Ronar or like, or am I supposed to pronounce the O1 at the end of that? If I can ask. Anyway, we'll just go with Ron for right now. This dwarf is a worshiper of the god of valor, Dur the Squeezing. Is 59 years old. I like how they're all kind of middle-aged. He's 59 years old, born on the 26th of Timber in the year 269. His straight hair is somewhat greasy. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his very long, and his very low cheekbones. That's what I was looking for. He has very low cheekbones, and his eyebrows are high. His somewhat splayed-out ears are narrow, and his nose is short. His head is narrow, and his hair is light brown. His skin is pale pink, and his eyes are rust. He personally finds artwork boring and does not particularly value the truth, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even suggestion of effort being required. Doesn't seek out excitement and can sometimes act without deliberation. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's quick to anger and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to avoid crowds and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. And last but not least, Infinity. Although actually, first, I'm going to give Ron all of the woodworking stuff, including crossbow making and woodcutting. Finally, we have Infinity. Worships Dur, the Squeezing, the god of valor. She is a worshiper of the god of valor, is 60 nice years old, born on the 27th of Timber in the year 259. She has a scratchy voice. Her hair is her straight hair is somewhat greasy. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her nose is short. Her somewhat tall ears are narrow, and her head is narrow. Her hair is light brown, and her skin is cinnamon. Infinity likes Periclus, bismuth bronze, pink garnet, gazelle hoof, sheeple, dusk horrors for their macabre ways, good shit, buckwheat for their beer, and the sound of goldenrod tress. Prefers to consume mussel, sorghum beer, hemp flour, and absolutely hates moonstales. Nice. Yep. Nice. She personally doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is somewhat scatterbrained and only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and can sometimes be very happy and optimistic, often acts with compassion, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, though she is troubled by this nature, as she prefers discord and debate on a more abstract level. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is quick to anger and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future, and is quite ambitious. She is trusting and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She begins to stammer when she's exasperated, and she chews her cheek when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. So the only person I'm not going to put into a squad right now is going to be Ron, because Ron is the one that's going to have an axe, and that'll bug the game out. So let's just quickly make a squad, with obviously Goffer as the leader, obviously. And I have to ask Goffer a very important question. What do you name your squad? Because it's your squad. The blanks. All right, let's have a peek around our area. Immediately, I'm happy. Oh, also, I need some miners. I think we're gonna give Goffer mining and Mad Max mining. So immediately I see iron. Hematite. We also have saltpeter. More hematite. Good shit. Excellent. I think it's time to zoom out a little bit. Oh, actually, let's have a peek at the tops of these trees. We have pecans. Many pecans. Peach. Hazel. Looking forward to nuts. Walnuts. Peach. Apricot. Apricot wine and peach wine. As well as persimmon wine. Good stuff. So we've got persimmons. We got peaches. We got apricots. As for the actual embark spawn, definitely on the side of a mountain with a big old shelf down here. Look at that. Oh, that's nice looking. Hematite and gems all the way up on and down on the surface. Green jade? I like this. I like this embark a lot. We got plenty of clay. I think we're gonna build on one of these higher layers. Maybe this one actually, because we got all of this space right here. Like, look at that big chunk of space right there. We could just totally hollow that area out and mostly live there. Yeah, I think we're gonna live in that mountain peak, but dig down to this area and try and like block a chunk of this off using the stone that we mine out from up top, and use this area down here as like where we get our food and stuff. So like build the actual fort down here, but have like an entrance coming in from up down here. So maybe what I'm gonna do actually is I'm just going to automate that right there, get us a bunch of ore for starters, and that's where we'll build the actual entrance to the fort, and then we'll dig up and into the fort. Let's zoom in a little bit. Well, actually, I'm just going to create a flow zone here. And, not a hospital. Set that as a pen pasture. We're going to put our sheeps, our rams, our piggies, our goats, our billy goat, our water buffalo, our one-humped camel. They're all going to get pastured there. Let's see what animals we have. Oh, would you look at that? Mountain goats and wombats. It's easy for our hunting dogs to go catch. What kind of surface fruits and vegetables do we have? We have longland grass. Longland beer it is. Muskmelon. Potatoes. Blueberries. Bloated tubers. Good stuff. Rhubarbs. We have strawberries. More bloated tubers. Red beans. String beans. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, you don't need to farm if you're on a biome like this. Like, you straight up just don't need to. You just straight up don't need to. We are rich as far as foodstuffs go. All right, so just as a reminder to anybody who missed the actual embark, we have goblins that are a short trip away. Multiple goblin pits that are short trips away, and they all have like 100+ goblins. There's also destroyed goblin pits which have been repopulated, which is interesting. And then if we look at this, yeah, that's a very active war zone. So yeah, no, it's very much okay. So this is all of our dwarven faction up here, and it very much looks like goblins and dwarves are just in active war against each other. Very much active war. But I guess it's time to unpause. 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, and I unpaused Dwarf Fortress. Not bad. Not bad for me, anyway. Not bad. I think I know how I'm going to build this. We're also going to queue up all of this stuff over here. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. There we go. Let's also get a bunch of these trees hacked down. Cozy, are we, cutest? It's just been a lot of me reading shit in the last 10 minutes, so. Check, it's nice and comfy when I do that. As far as stones go, it looks like a lot of mudstone. Yeah, a lot of mudstone. But we got, what kind of clay is this? A lot of sandy clay. I don't think I can actually do anything with sandy clay. It's kind of unfortunate that it's mudstone, but like, yeah, what are you gonna do? That it be. GM, that it be. It's funny, I think that there's two kinds of people who watch DF. There's people who like non-watch DF, so they just kind of listen to me babble about shit while playing DF, and then there's people who just like obsessively watch every second of it and point out things that I miss. It's kind of like those two separate. This dog is not just like screaming, it's like yipping. Like this dog is mad and like crying. It's kind of sad to listen to. Gotcha. You mostly listen to me babble. It's fair. This is why I put my VODs up on YouTube. And whenever people are like, people don't want to watch DF VODs, and I'm like, yeah, hey, Fuzzatron. You're like listening to I'm like, holy crap, what the fuck? Yeah, that's about right. What is the red stone? It is what's the actual word for it? Hematite. For clarity. It's an ore. It's the ore of iron. It's also magma safe. We can do lots of fun stuff with it. But yeah, it's the ore of iron, so we can make iron weapons out of it. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to also make this area into a gather/pick fruit area. And I'm going to give magma plant gathering. So you're going to go gather plants just in this area. That's totally fair. Yeah, no, I've always the chat for DF has always been kind of a lurky thing, but I like that. I don't mind it. Always having a busy chat gets kind of exhausting sometimes as a streamer. It's been a couple versions since you played DF. Yeah, there's a lot of myths and bullshit about DF that's vastly incorrect. Complaining that, oh, certain things are broken, and usually it's just players playing the game poorly. There is a lot of iron right here. I'm so happy we have iron. The last few forts that I've done where it's like, yeah, we're gonna like fight stuff. It's always been like, you have tin. And I'm like, well, shit. That's not very helpful. You have tin. You have both kinds of metal. Tin and nickel. It's like, what exactly do you want me to do with that? Sup, alien? We're doing a mandatory military time fort. I'm just kind of getting the entrance constructed. Mandatory military time and no plump helmets. So I can't use plump helmets. So I didn't even bring any plump helmets whatsoever. So no plump helmets and mandatory military time. Screenshots and save downloads, as always, are up in the Google Doc if you would like to grab it. To make alloys from different metals? Yep, depending on the metal. You don't need shrooms. Shrooms are just easy mode food, but like we are going to have more than enough food from the fruit trees and plants in the grounds and our livestock. More than enough. Like, look at this. Magna's already gathering food. It's just gathering plants from right here. And what have you already picked up? You got a prickleberry. Strawberry plant, rhubarb, turnips, prickleberry, white mullet plants, parsnip plant, and a prickleberry, just from like running around and picking stuff up. So the second I make a food stockpile, it's all just gonna get filled up immediately. Once this area here gets dug out, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Set the center bit of this to priority 1. So we'll just kind of get like a square dugout first. And then we can chuck a couple workshops in here and start building stuff. Give water, need empty bucket. Probably trying to water my animals. Let's chuck a Carpenter Shop in here. And I don't actually have anything to do that yet. Mason Shop. I'll start making doors, beds, and buckets and splints and stuff. We also have these hunting dogs, which are going to go and get us stuff for butchering. Magna, I think I'm going to just give you, since you're kind of our farmer right now, I'm also going to give you butchery. Just in case my hunting dogs go and kill anything. All right, let's check here. Carpenter Shop. Let's just start off with a couple crutches. Couple splints. Bucket. And a few barrels. And then we'll start working on beds. And for the one right next to it, that's not what I wanted to do. I hit A twice. I'm just gonna make a bunch of doors, and once we're done with the doors, we're gonna do tables, and then we're gonna do chairs, and then we're going to do blocks on repeat. Yeah, no, they really have freeways. The RNG gods have definitely blessed us because like we have our dwarves all seem to like gods of valor and war and such, and we have iron. Like we're pretty much good to go. You had DF slow down last night. From you, I learned some plausible causes. You found 2 repeating canceling tasks. Those were fixed it, and everything was normal. Yep. One of the funniest big slowdowns I had recently, Redbeard, was like suddenly the game just like screamed to a halt, and like I was sitting at like 1 frame a second. I'm like, or lower. It was like sub 1 frame a second. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I went digging around. What happened was there was a dwarf in the cavern layer that was mining, like just auto mining materials, and a mushroom tree decided to go from being a seedling to a full-size tree behind the dwarf, and it closed him in. So the dwarf was locked in this room dying of thirst by himself. So it was the only dwarf that had no task on the entire map, and it was this dwarf that had mined himself in. I just mined around it, and it fixed the frame rate. Like, that was my last frame rate death, was just like, oh, a dwarf got stuck. Which is also, like, not exactly nice. It was kind of annoying for the 10 minutes while I was trying to fuck around and figure out what the problem was, but it's like, there was a dwarf stuck. And the dwarf's trying to path out, right? And because it can't, it just breaks the frame rate. Hey people, if you ever get a pet dog, make sure that you are equipped to take care of it. Don't be like my neighbors above me, eh? Because this dog is not they are not equipped to have that dog. Make sure you can take care of your animals. It's very fun just sitting here listening to a dog whimpering, whining, and screaming. Yeah, it's almost. I mean, obviously that's not the way the game should run, but like if that didn't break my frame rate, that dwarf would have died. So it's almost a warning, but like it's not ideal and it sucks when it happens, but with the stone above them. Oh, really? Yeah, that would do it. But yeah, no, there's almost always another common one actually is like if you lock the wrong door and a dwarf is trying to pass through that door and they get stuck behind the door, that can hurt your frame rate. But often when people state that, oh, I played a fort for 2 years and then I died to a frame rate death, it's like, okay, so a dwarf got stuck somewhere and you gave up? Cool. But because like of the prevalence of the, oh, like you'll just die of frame rate death, because that's so common, people just assume that, oh, I hit the mythological frame rate death, and there's no getting out of this, obviously. Grabbing the 1 armor stand and then a bunch of tables, and then we'll do a bunch of chairs. So this little initial area is going to give us some space to dig out. So this is going to be our entry area. We're actually going to build the fort up here. We're going to live up in this area. So I'm going to go from down here to up there. So I think I might do ramps so that we can bring traders up through this area and up into the fort. Maybe do like ramps right here and just have like a drawbridge in front of it. Oh, another really funny frame rate death that I had once was I sent some squads out. They came back with stuff, sent some more squads out. They came back with stuff, sent some more squads out. They came back and my frame rate immediately died. The reason my frame rate immediately died when they came back is because one of them was on a tree. He just spawned back onto the map on a tree. It's pretty funny. We're just going to place 2 beds in here so that we have somewhere to sleep temporarily for time being. So that instead of just falling asleep where they're working, they'll have a dormitory. Not a whole lot. Goats. We actually have goats in this fort. We have 3. And ooh, there's ravens. We actually have 3. We have 2 nannies and a billy. They seem to be pretty happy so far. Goats are the best material. I don't know about that, but we're also going to place a wood furnace here. We're going to place a smelter here. And we are going to place a metalsmith's forge right there. Because we've already got tons of iron. And the good luck gods have blessed us with iron right away. So we have iron and plenty of food. The requirements for today are everybody has to be in the military, and you know, if you have no dwarves left in your fort, the game ends. If I send every single one of my dwarves out to invade something, does the game instantly end because I got no dwarves left in my fort? I've never tested that. I don't actually know. I'll bet you it doesn't. But this whole fort is part of the granite urns, which are all of these dwarven forts up here are all part of our faction, and we're locked in absolute combat with these goblins. So we're going to be invading goblins today. You just wait? Okay, because I've never actually done that. Like thousands of hours in this game, I've never actually done that. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. If it was that way in the previous versions, it's probably fine then. If you keep your population in animals... Oh, right, yeah. Also, animals count as your population. I mean, I've had a fortress alive for 120 years, which is my main fort, Long Death, Fuzzatron, and we have no frame rate problems. Never have had any frame rate problems. And how about saving and testing? I might do a save, yeah. Might not be a bad idea to save. Also, big thank you to everybody who's come over to stream from the YouTubes recently. I've kind of had more and more people saying that they've been coming over from YouTube, and I've got a couple of videos that have been doing really well recently, and it's really neat to actually kind of see some shit on YouTube actually doing all right, because like I've been streaming for a really long time, and I've been putting stuff on YouTube for a really long time. And it's nice to actually have some stuff on the YouTube channel actually do well. Just be ready for ghosts to haunt you. Not if you, like, make slabs and memorialize them. Ghosts go away real fast. I knew that, like, when I've re-embarked on forts before. Re-embarking is kind of fun. Especially because it resets the water levels and liquid levels. So if you're on a volcano, for example, or an ocean, or a river, or anything else with a liquid level, it'll reset that to a different level. So if you embark on a volcano and then re-embark on the same volcano, there's a really good chance the volcano will just be endlessly erupting, which is fun as hell. Also super goofy, but fun as hell. I need architecture. We'll just give that to Infinity. Infinity, you want to be an architect? You get to be an architect. And let's also put you on armoring and blacksmithing, because I got everything else covered. Just get distracted a lot of the times. Well, I'm glad that you like being here. Glad that you watch the streams. God, I love how much faster they mine through clay than stone. Although they're speeding up. Then we can start smelting. I have a stupid number of hours in this game now. Last I checked, according to Sully Gnome, I've streamed about 4,000 hours. Although I think that's closer to about 3,000 hours. And that's not including all the time I've done off stream. So, stupid number of hours. I can't speak for Chad, but... Which means I've played at least 2 hours of Dwarf Fortress, I think. The rest of the time I just talk. Let's just start making charcoal on repeat. Go! You need to go? How dare you? You have a good afternoon, man. If I enjoyed those hours? I mean, it's like any other job. All right, what have I made here? Got doors, tables, I gotta make thrones. Do what you gotta do, man. Take care of shit that's important. My stream ain't important. You have a good one, Freeways. Get all those beds constructed. We can maybe turn that into a hospital later. Yeah, everything's mudstone. Well, mudstone and then diorite? Diorite, yeah. Not again. It's always mudstone, man. It's always mudstone. Always mudstone. Always mudstone. How many hours do you have drawing? Cooler. Because that's a little bit more relevant, maybe. I don't know. There's part of me that's looking forward to the Steam version of DF just so I can see the bajillions of hours I have in this game. And then I can be one of those people who's like, it's okay. Not for everybody, but has some problems. Game's okay. 8,666. I mean, I'm gaining on you. That's for sure. Certainly gaining on you. While the game saves. Because it is now summer. Should probably, once we get a couple more mudstone blocks, I should probably make... Well, actually, we should make our trading depot out of iron. We should make the trading depot out of iron. I have days like that sometimes where I'm just editing all fucking day. I think last... What was it? Like last Wednesday? No, Tuesday. Tuesday I spent like 5 hours editing. Thought I set somebody to... Oh, I see. Alright. Run. You can have wood burning. So I need another wood burner. There you go. Go make charcoal. Perfect. You do need to log in? Well, you should log in. You should definitely log in. Get your dailies done. Considering I was like an hour and a half late, we're doing pretty good today. I'm always like concerned when I start the stream up so late. It's like, well, I'm really late. How many people are actually gonna make it today? Pretty good number of people though. Looks like the dwarves are taking advantage of the sleeping spots. It's hematite. I keep forgetting which one it is because it's the same color as another one. Which I'm probably mispronouncing. But that's okay. But we're getting that going. Once dwarves wake up and also let's make a meeting location. Should I make it an inn or a temple? Let's go inn. The Earthen Fruit. Sure, that's a good name. Location. Citizens and long-term... Actually, nah. We'll open stuff up to guests once we actually have space. All right, how much booze do we have? Plenty. Once they're done mining out that circle, and we get 10 spears made, I'm gonna get them training. Weapons and ammunition, we're gonna make them out of armor. Spear, 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 spear. Although it's gonna take a little bit. We'll probably cancel out actually. Although we've already got some iron bars, so. Good stuff. Not bad. Let's also get a trade depot going. Make them out of mudstone blocks. We are being pretty efficient about this. Is Mech Dance up and working yet? Let's see. Gotta refresh things. I wanna see how it looks. Looks good. I like it. I really like that animation. It's a real good little idle animation. Yep, there we go. Cancels forged copper spear. Needs refined iron. Should really just let them refine it for a little bit. Max! And sup, audio. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Max keeping that subscription alive for 19 months? Thanks for sticking around, man. And I refreshed, and now I don't see badges. Is Twitch going offline again? I wonder. Let's try refreshing again. There we go. Now they're back. Sweet. Also, chat, I would like to remind you all of the brand new animated emote we have in chat, courtesy of Cooler, which is Mech Dance. And we have migrants, who I'm just going to chuck in the military as they show up. Fishing? 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 I don't actually think we have a river here. An alcoholic carbonated beverage. I don't know about that. Dreams of mastering a skill, but impervious to the effects of stress. You know, actually, since you're impervious to the effects of stress, you can make your own squad. The Full Gullies. We'll rename that one once we need a name. You're a peasant. Join the squad. I think that's everything. Up to 12. All right. If you would like a name in this fortress, now's a good time to raise your hand in chat. Twitch dying every day. Yeah, like clockwork, man. Although that new PogChamp is pretty good for today. I quite like today's PogChamp. Yeah, I was gonna just kind of be like, there's someone who's waiting. Warmbo, since you're waiting, we'll give you that militia commander. Wave depletion. Can be the gem worker. The farmer can be Red Beard. The peasant can be Audio. It's a blank slate, no offense. I'm not calling you a peasant, I swear. Any dibs on the last one? Anybody? You might have to refresh it, Infinity. May you tend to the goats? Everybody tends to the goats. Goats is a worshipper of Dur, the squeezing. Indignation. You're a gelder. We need to give you a real job. No offense, but gelding isn't exactly a career that we're going to need here. Milking, on the other hand, is something that we'll actually be using. Same with shearing. So I'll give you those two as well as gelding. We'll also give you tanning. And if I go to hunting and related, we can give you animal care and animal training. She is a worshipper of Dur, the squeezing. Indignation, the god of valor. 52 years old, born on the 6th of Galena in the year 276. The goat squeezer. Unfortunately, they've all been dwarfed up in our stat, but next time. She has a very high-pitched voice, and her hair is somewhat greasy. All the lady dwarves have greasy hair, which I think is interesting. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her small-lobed, splayed-out ears are narrow. Her nose is short and neatly combed, and her small-lobed, splayed-out ears are narrow. Her nose is short, and her somewhat tall head is narrow. Her eyelashes are short, and her hair is light brown. Her skin is copper, and her eyes are rust. She likes saltpeter, black bronze, clara opal, linen fabric, spears and shields and splints, and dogs for their loyalty. The giant vultures for their patience, and the words of the pregnant orbs. You're going to fit in here just fine. Personally, finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and sees competition as wasteful. silly, finds romance distasteful, and dreams of creating a great work of art, is stubborn, though she is conflicted by this part of herself, as she is greatly pleased by her looks and accomplishments. She generally does not fall easily in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is often cheerful. She has a greedy streak, and her hands jump all over the place when she's excited. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. The next new arrival that we have is Wave Depletion. He is married to Redbeard. Aww, look at that. You and Redbeard sitting in a tree. Kissing. Anyway, 74 years old, born on the 24th of Granite in the year 254, and is a casual worshiper of the god of valor. He has short sideburns that are neatly combed, a very long mustache that's neatly combed, and a medium-length beard that is neatly combed, and a very long hair that is braided. He has low cheekbones, and his rust eyes have very large irises. His eyebrows are incredibly high, and he has a high, squeaky voice. His somewhat splayed-out ears are incredibly narrow, and his nose is short. His lips are very thin, and his head is narrow. His eyelashes are narrow, and his nose is short. His lips are very thin, and his head is narrow. His eyelashes are narrow, and did I read that twice? And his eyelashes are short, his hair is light brown, and his skin is sepia. That's new. He likes petrified wood, sterling silver, pyrite, spotted webgong leather, hungry head bone, and the color yellow, green, and scepters, and the words of the pregnant orbs. Personally, finds himself somewhat disgusted by eloquent speakers, sees introspection as important, and doesn't care about art one way or another, but dreams of raising a family. Prefers to consume radish wine, hard wheat flour, and absolutely hates snails. Squeaky voice Spartans. I mean, sometimes just a squeaky voice. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and relies on the advice of others during decision making. Forms only fleeting, rare emotional bonds with others, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. You're now our doctor. He occasionally loses focus on the matter at hand and tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and often feels discouraged. He can handle stress and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Tends to make a small mess of his own possessions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Can you shear goats? No, but you can milk goats. You cannot shear goats. You can shear sheep, though, and we do have sheep. Wave depletion. Are there any other tasks I can give you? I think we'll just leave you as a jeweler. Maybe also give you wood burning. Make another wood furnace. Redbeard, of course, married to Wave Depletion, and you're a worshiper of Dur, of the Granite Urn, god of valor. She is 70 years old, born on the 12th of Obsidian in the year 258. Will I make goat milk socks? What? Exactly does that mean? What? You're making pancakes? Oh, you are married to Redbeard? That's basically all you need to know. Also, you're a gem cutter, but I gave you a real job. Enjoy those pancakes. I'm hungry. I could use some pancakes. Man, 1 p.m. pancake, 2 p.m. pancakes sounds really nice, actually. She has a very high-pitched voice, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her ears are narrow, and her nose is short. Her eyelashes are short, and her rust eyes are slightly close set. Her hair is light brown, and her skin is peach. She likes nickel, green jade, Rutherford leather, and the color scarlet. Crossbows and mail shirts and bracelets and horses for their strength. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Sees introspection as important and despairs of anything positive happening in the future. Lives without feelings of hope and is somewhat comfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and prefers to present herself modestly. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and doesn't care what others think of her. She is quick to anger and she is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors and she interrupts others during conversations when she's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes shitty weather. There we go. So I need to kind of power through these because I just looked at the clock and I'm like, my God, it's like almost 2 p.m. Ormbo is a worshiper of Sellers Skywashed. The hell? The god of rivers, fish, lakes, coasts, and rivalry. Interesting. Takes the form of a female dwarf. Another female dwarf god. 77 years old, born on the 7th of Felsite. Her hair is clean shaven, and her nose is short. Her small-lobed ears are narrow, and her rust eyes are slightly close-set. Her hair is light brown, and her skin is cinnamon. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. Put off by family and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. She is impervious to the effects of stress and cannot tolerate differences in culture or lifestyle and appearance. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs and would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight. She is very curious about sometimes to her detriment, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and occasionally loses focus on the matter at hand. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has a sense of duty. She has a greedy streak, and she tends to be a little tight when working on resources. This music's distracting. I'm just going to remove that one from the playlist. I often do that. She finds herself quite hopeful about the future and tenses up when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And who have I not read yet? Audio. Feels satisfied after getting into an argument. Okay, but sad after being separated from loved ones. Has a wife who's not in the fort as well as children. 65 years old, born on the 5th of Granite in the year 263. Is a worshiper of Dur, the god of valor, once again. Personally, doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of creating a great work of art. Does not find most jokes humorous and tends to be passive in discussions. Lives a fast-paced life and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living. Occasionally overindulges and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Has a greedy streak and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in the conversation and rolls his eyes when he's exasperated. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right. Let's grab us a still real quick. I'm going to suspend the construction of rock blocks briefly. See how we're doing on spears. Not as many as I want. Gotta make spears and shields. Okay, now that the trading depot's done, I can unsuspend that. I've stopped mentioning it, but the neighbor's dog is still going fucking berserk above me. Got too into it. I mean, you know whatever makes you happy, you know, goats. Whatever makes you happy. I'm kind of sad that my hunting dogs aren't doing any hunting of any sort. Setting up some tables. Let's make a food stockpile. It's just generic food stockpile. Actually, you know what? Let's just go into here and just say no seeds, please. Just don't put seeds in there. No seeds. We got 2 dwarves working on charcoal now. That's the problem, is I just don't have enough charcoal. Got plenty of everything else. Not enough charcoal. Tons of food coming in. Tons of barrels. I'm also going to make a little zone right here. This is going to be a meeting area, and it's going to be a temple. Man, 8 worshippers of the god of valor. One of the rivers, fish, lakes, coasts, and rivalry. We have a god of lightning, torture, and misery. A god of daylight and rainbows. Well, I found the pansy god. We have a god of death, blight, and disease. The god of fortresses and war. The god of earth, mountains, and caverns. And the gods of jewels and wealth. The bejeweled wealth creed. I like that. We have a religion of wealth and jewels. The squeezing cult, the god of fortresses and war. The doctrine of jaws for the god of valor. Interesting. Lightning and torture? I mean, it's just like Electro Boom's YouTube channel, basically. They're listening to stories and telling stories. I wonder what story they're telling. In the early spring of 328, the immortal rage of the Granite of Ern founded Warpath. They're telling stories about us. I mean, you're squeezing the competition to dust. Let's leave that ore on repeat. Let's put a little wood stockpile right here.
This is madness. Madness.
Oi, oi, hobo. Yeet. How's things, dude? I started up a little late today because I slept in. Kinda slept in. Just was like, well, slept through the alarm. Oops. We're doing a Spartan's fort. Taking down all the Christmas shit? Man, that's late. I took my 2 Christmas decorations down, like, on Boxing Day, basically. Actually, hold up. I want those to be mudstone. So we're doing a Spartan's fort, so everybody's going into the military. And we're not using any plump helmets for food sources. So no mushroom. It was okay. I woke up with sore hands like I have been recently. I've been clenching my fists in my sleep, I think. Because I wake up with lines where like my nails are digging into my hands and like my knuckles hurt every morning. So I'm like boxing in my sleep or some shit. But aside from that, eh. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I would love to see that. It's one of those things, like Tarn has actually talked about wanting to do 2 things with World Gen, which is being able to restart it and rewind it. That's something I want to see. But that stuff won't happen for a really long time, I don't think. Here's the thing, right? I don't feel like anybody can really say whether or not it would be hard to implement it unless your name is Tarn Adams. because he straight up stated that it would be hard to implement and would be time consuming, but he can do it at PAX, if I recall correctly. I was at that panel. Logic, what's up, dude? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I do feel rested, yeah. I felt like shit when I woke up. I feel okay now. Like, I felt like garbage when I initially woke up. You're just hyped? Yeah, just be excited for shit. I mean, also, it's Dwarf Fortress, so don't be too excited because they'll take their damn time. They will put stuff out when it's done. The one that always makes me sad when people leave comments about it and ask me about it if I know anything is if the game will ever get translated, and it's like, nah. It's the same reason Caves of Cud probably will never get translated. But shoutouts to the people who are translating the wiki into other languages, because that's doing great work. That's the stuff that needs to be done. Your fort is running well. Good shit, man. And I hope work's been good. Tears of joy all the way through. Necromancers are just normal dwarves. They just have weird hobbies. They're just oddly obsessed with their own mortality. Hashtag relatable. Alright. Let's gather plants, and let's also jump over to you. Grab us 2 step ladders. Yeah, no, after actually getting up, generally, one feels better. I can agree with that. All right, how many spears do we have? 3. Are those other spears? Copper battle axe, iron spear. I don't actually know how many spears I have right now. Let's try and make some more. They've all been working for a little bit. And then I can make a bunch of shields. It's very, like, so immortal beings or undead beings can claim the corpse of a thing. There was one time in DF Hack I found something that was, or not DF Hack, in Legends there was a thing that I found that was kind of interesting, which was essentially what happened was there was a forgotten beast that had a really weird name that wasn't listed as a forgotten beast. But basically what had happened is the forgotten beast that it was inhabiting died in the year 200, and then roughly 600 years later, some otherworldly being, is the way it was written in Legends, otherworldly being inhabited the corpse and reanimated it. Wasn't a necromancer. Some otherworldly being just decided, you mine. And became that forgotten beast. So yeah, that sort of stuff can happen, but like if you want to do it as a player, you have to use DF hack scripts. Only today while taking shit down did you play Trans-Siberian Orchestra? You fail me, man. You fail me. There's some really weird rare stuff that can happen in DF, which is part of the fun. All right. Let's just get everybody training for a minute. Because we have to go with the theme, right? Seems like everybody has spears, and let's do helms. It's going to take them a minute to all go become spear dwarves. Military dwarves. There we go. So everybody is here except for you. I'm going to give you brewing. Although extract drink from plant is extract from plant is the only option still. Or like add stuff and then forget to mention it. Or add stuff, forget they added it, and then never mention it. Which is why, like, when you ask Tarn something about the game, he goes, you know, I'm not sure. I have to check. I mean, 1.6 million lines of code is what Tarn has quoted the game size as recently, so. And that was 2019? So who knows? The drunken cats problem, but that was a really long one ago. More recently, there was children inhabiting and possessing their mother's bodies. Ader the Metal Outlaw. How's things, man? The piles of notes these guys must have. I have a drawing from them. It's the only thing that is framed on my walls. Anander. Hello. Hey, hi. All is as well as it can be in the current year, I would say. I slept in unintentionally, which, you know, you always feel good after sleeping in, but there's always that momentary, oh God, I slept in feeling, which is never fun. So, you know, I slept in, which means I might do a night stream tonight. I have a simple puzzle game I've wanted to play called Lineway from the same people that made that 3D Minesweeper game that I played, which was fun. So might play through Lineway. Also trying to Happy New Year. It's all good. We're doing a Spartan fort today, so it's mandatory military time. So everybody's in the military. Although not entirely happy about it. Like Magna, bored after being unable to practice craft. What skills do you have assigned? You got metalsmithing, you'll be fine. Uneasy after being unable to pray. Which means they're going to learn to be in the military, and they're going to like it. Let's make a weapons stockpile. That's actually going to be very helpful. We're in late summer. All right, we're gonna have to give you plant gathering. A little bit worried about the food supplies. I'm gonna give them till the 16th of Galena, and then we're gonna get back to like non-training work. Interested after learning about dodging. They're all pretty annoyed about drinking. Actually, something I should do is I should cancel these. Other objects, iron, goblet. Let's make a couple goblets. Let's also make 2 more anvils. You're doing all the work. You kind of are. Like, you're just like making charcoal while everyone else is working. The reason is because you're the woodcutter, and because you're a woodcutter, you wield an axe. You can either wield an axe, a pick, or a weapon, or you can either wield your spear or an axe. And if you're wielding a axe as a woodcutting device and you're also in the military, the game won't register it as a tool, so the game will think that that's a weapon. So it'll train you as an axe dwarf, and you won't be able to cut down trees as long as you're in the military. So until I find a new woodcutter, you kind of just have to be the woodcutter, which is like a weird eccentricity of the game. All right, what day is it? It's the 12th. Let's go a little longer, if that makes sense. But then again, there's a lot of things about this game that are a little bit eccentric. It's part of the fun. Ooh, a new tech moan video. Well, I know what I'm doing this evening. The lawnmowers with horns. The biological lawnmowers. Biologically horned lawnmowers. All right. IKEA has stolen a pigtail cloth. That's a fucking shame. All right. Everybody get back to work. Nope. Basically, if they're a woodcutter, they won't be able to chop down wood unless they won't be able to chop down wood unless they are not in the military. If they're in the military, they won't be able to chop down wood, basically. Yeah, once they're in the military, they lose the ability to chop down wood if they are doing both tasks, and it's obnoxious. There we go. So yeah, if you ever like have a bunch of dwarves in the military and nobody's cutting down trees, and you're like, why are they not cutting down trees? Also, I was just looking back up in chat, and Ader, that fucking sucks. This isn't working out. No kidding. Jesus, man. That's not a good time. Unless, like, you know, it's a very open relationship, in which case, more power to you, but that sucks. Yeah, no, I figured that out once because I assumed that, like, woodcutters would make good axe dwarves, because it's like, oh, well, of course they'd make good axe dwarves. Okay, you know what? Let's just do a generic everything stuffs stockpile, because these Kias be stealing my shit, and I'm not a fan. There we go. Drinks counts is going up. Foods counts is going up. Excellent. Freeways is our weaponsmith. Good stuff. I'm gonna give you metal crafting because I kind of want to have 2 metal crafters. And dwarfs are doing their thing. Then once they're done all of that, I think I will do... shields. Should we do shields or bucklers? I think we're just gonna do shields. Yeah, we'll just do shields. Once all of the shields are done, we're gonna put them back in the military training session for a little bit. I'm very disappointed in these hunting dogs not doing any hunting whatsoever. Any plans on talking to Zach? I mean, Zach doesn't... So I've talked to Zach in person, right? He doesn't seem like the most talkative person. Like, it's funny, when you see the two of them in person, Tarn talks a lot and Zach just kind of stands there and smiles. I would like to talk to Zach. I think that would be interesting. As far as when I'm planning another one, probably a little later in the winter, because there really hasn't been much new to talk about since the last one I did. Like, the last one I did was back in the fall, and we mostly talked about like Steam related things, right? So I'm kind of like waiting until we get like informations on what Legends and Adventure is really gonna look like in the Steam version before I bring them back in. As far as talking to Zach, I'd love to have Zach on. I think that'd be awesome. The thing I really want to do is have Meph on, actually, to talk about working on it. But I tried to do that once, but the times didn't really line up. So I don't know. Probably later in the winter. I've more or less like just agreed with Tarn that, or Tarn's more or less just told me that whenever he has free time to just like give him a shout and he can just pop on, because he's usually free around the same times every week. It's not like anybody's going outside and doing anything right now. But yeah, basically when there's stuff to talk about. Right now I don't really think there's much to talk about. So I'm curious about if they worked on anything big over the break. But yeah, I don't know. Currently, I don't know. Although something I think I am going to do differently with the YouTube stuff when I've actually recorded the interview, I'm going to premiere it the second time I run it. So when I put it live again, I'm going to do a premiere of it. Just because I think it would be kind of fun to have the chat once and then the chat a second time. Be kind of neat. Yeah, it would be really neat to kind of get the artwork team up and on here, but like Meph is in Germany. I'm not sure where Mike is. Mike Mayday. So yeah, I'm not sure about the logistics of that. But yeah, basically when people start bothering me to do that stuff again, then at that point we can do that. Ooh, what poetry are you reciting? Goats is reciting poetry. The Friend of Field is an example of the Orb of Pages. The work has no particular subject and the writing is quite cruel, yet reasonably serious overall. The poetry is masterful. It's currently at the stanza. The Orb of Pages is a solemn poetic form intended to express pleasure with religion, originating in the Tempest of Doubting. Does anybody happen to have the world downloaded for this right now? I'd love to know who the heck the Tempest of Doubting is, because that's not a Dwarven civ. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems which can be recited. The poem is 3 to 4 quatrains. Each line has 6 syllables. Interesting. Also, Neil, that was 20 minutes ago, but thanks for the host. Totally missed it. Also, thank you everybody for the follows today. A couple new follows have come in. I don't have alerts for any of that stuff, because some people like to be quiet, but cheers, guys. But yeah, I know that was kind of a long-winded answer, Caffeine, but I hope that answers your question. Just kind of when there is stuff to talk about. Like, I feel like probably March-ish. Unless a bunch of news comes out all at once. But actually kind of my main thing is I don't really want to overdo it. And at least when I was doing the last one, we were kind of in the midst of kind of a point where a lot of DF talk was happening. So when there's a lot of DF talk episodes dropping, then like my interviews there's less reason to do them because that need is kind of filled by DF talk. Also, at some point, I'm supposed to be on DF Roundtable. Unfortunately, like, I don't know how many of you remember, but my internet just, like, exploded one day. And I switched ISPs. And that was right when DF Talk was supposed to happen, when I was supposed to be on that. So it kind of fell through the floor. Yeah, a lot of people just like listening to Tarn Talk. Oh, that's interesting. No Outpost Liaison? How curious. I'm going to screenshot that because that's an interesting event. Something must have happened. It was a bad week. Not just a bad day, man. I don't really know what to trade them. Oh, they're singing. Goats, what are you singing? The Bell of Lyrics. From our faction. Form guides the musicians during interviews. Or during improvised performances. The Bell of Lyrics is a well-defined multi-passage structure. Each singer always is to become louder and louder. The gitter always is to fade into silence. All right. At least we have booze. Well, I think it's fitting that we sell them spears, right? It's fitting that we sell them spears. Trader is requested at the depot. We're gonna butcher those dogs pretty soon, I think. Although, I just realized I don't actually have a trader assigned. Redbeard, congratulations, you're our trader now, because you actually have skills in that. And, I think I'm just going to buy cloth. Not sheep wool cloth, but like some pigtail cloth. And some cave spider silk cloth. In case we get a mood, and some leather. We'll trade for that. Perfect. Alright, chat. It is 2:15 p.m. I'm getting hungry. Fort's pretty okay right now, so I'm just going to kind of let it run. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just gonna, as I said, grab me lunch, and then we'll get back to things. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. Thank you very much for like all of the resubs and the very generous tip earlier from Anonymous, and everybody for the follows and the hosts, and just for hanging out in the chat. Could I get a round of beers? If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. That's unfortunate, Adra. I hope things get a little better, man, because that seems kind of shitty, not gonna lie. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes. Cheers, everybody.
Cheese for everyone!
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Hello, Bog 2. What's up? I was just getting lunch. I return. Okay, looks like we have migrants. Let's just let them all come into the fort. See how many we get. 3, 4, 5. 5 dwarves? All right. Well, that's pretty good. Couple extra newbies for the military. Also, Wormbow, if you're still around, what would you want to name your squad? I forgot to ask when I made it. Let's just let the dwarves kind of go about their thing for a little bit. God, I just want to, like, I'm not much of an animal person, but I really want to go upstairs and just give that poor dog a hug. Because, like, really fucking needs it. You change your population. You can set a population cap in the game settings. So I set my population cap to 2. Go ahead. Keep it easy and short. Uh-oh. I see combat. Oh no. Keel was fighting with audio. No. Oh. Do we have a dwarf stuck in a tree? Nope. Don't look like it. Perfect. I'm gonna brew some drinks. All right, Redbeard. We're also going to give you counting. Not to give you all of the jobs, but I like making my brokers also my stuff counter. Just so that we know how much stuff we actually have. Very important, yes, goats. I think getting food is a valid reason to cancel updating stockpile records. Cancels update stockpile records, getting something to drink. Again, valid reason. I need to wait until these traders leave before we really start counting stuff. Because it's also counting their stuff. So it's going to give me very incorrect numbers initially. Man, that is weird. No outpost liaison. Borderline concerning? Something must have happened to them on the way here. Which means we may get cut off from the mountain home almost immediately. What if you did 300 Spartan-style start? So 300 dwarves all armed, and you just send them out to raid and leave nothing behind apart from FPS. I mean, it would be hard to run that fort, but it probably wouldn't be too bad because as long as you constantly have squads cycling out, that would be a pretty fun like world domination fort. I wouldn't be able to do it as a day fort though. Someone brought a rabbit. A bunny. I'm going to slaughter that because I do not need no bunny. Do not need a bunny. You could do that, Anander. It would be tough for the frame rate though. And also tough to manage in the long term. But like, yeah, you could do that. All right, let's get those mined out. Because there is lots of iron ore still in the mountains. So we're just going to get all of that stuff mined up. And make a good stew. Unfortunately, I don't think you actually get any meats from bunnies. Just bones. It's just a pity you can't use bones to make broth. That'd be really cool if we could. Also, I believe that we don't actually have a river of any kind here. So it's like if we run out of water, we're kind of in trouble. Yeah, we don't have any water. Any surface water. Yeah, but no stomach in DF because, as I said, they don't actually give any sustenance in DF. All right, since that filled up, we're going to wall this off with mudstone blocks. But it's okay for the dwarves as long as we have stuff to drink. Domas, you're a lime maker. Let's make you into a brewer. Infinitely more helpful. No. No, we'd need to dig down to cavern layers, really, to get liquids. Which I'm not super inclined to do, so we'll just have to deal with it. Our animals will be okay. I just need to be careful about our water levels. Or not water levels, our alcohol levels. That's the wording I was looking for there. So as long as I'm careful about the alcohol, we'll be okay. There we go. We are walling dwarves in, but we'll let them mine out as fast as we're walling them in. Could not find path. I mean, that's silly. Just the angle that you were pathing from got canceled. I don't know if they can actually do that. Can they? Let's see. Can they channel from below? Kind of is looking like it. Turns out they can channel from below. Interesting. I'm already past the threshold. Not in the context of Dwarf Fortress, but okay. In the context of Dwarf Fortress, it's perfectly reasonable to talk about water and alcohol in the same sentence. Actually, you know what? Let's do this way. That's not the dig button. That's the smooth button. There we go. Now they can go dig up to that. You're a planter, which means I need you on plant gathering. You're a presser, which means I need you on plant gathering. It's pretty easy to make organic looking forts. You just need to, you know, put a little bit of effort into it. All right, Redbeard, now that you're done doing that, you're gonna, perfect. All right, how are we doing on booze? We're doing okay on booze. I just need some foods. We're going to slaughter a few animals. Then once we're done slaughtering a few animals, I'm just going to put everybody back on training. Did the wood burning stop? No, we're still burning wood. I have the hiccups, apparently. We are still burning wood. And then this is where we're going to live, up here. This is just kind of the entry area to the fort. The actual fort's going to be up here. So once they're mining out all that, done mining out all that iron down there, we will bring it up. Okay, I need another butcher, so we'll put you on butchery. There you go. Someone else must have butchery. I know I assigned butchery to somebody else, but they must have other tasks, which is totally fair. Potentially one of my miners, actually. Yeah, bunnies don't give any meat. Literally none. There we go. We got meat now, though. Perfect. Good stuff. Wait, hold on a second. What? We're not storing food there. Why are you putting food there? No, you cannot war train goats. Most animals can't be war trained. Most animals are purely livestock. The safe guess is usually a nah. Let's do high boots. Yeah, the only thing that bunnies can be used for is totems. Totems can be useful, like they're not useless, but they're also not the most helpful. As we make more barrels. Bunny skulls, because it's the best you can afford. Totems aren't particularly valuable regardless. Totems are only interesting when it's like Forgotten Beast skulls or Demon skulls or some of those fun things, but generally they're just kind of disappointing. How many bars do I have? Well, stocks, not stone. 111 charcoal, 166 iron. Well, there's a lot of stuff in DF that's kind of disappointing because it's like, oh, I hope I can do this with this, but then it's in reality, no. There's a lot of things in DF that are way too much effort for the profit. Lot of things. When like, kind of the most valuable thing I could be making right now, probably outside of like high quality weapons, is just like menacing wooden spikes. Like if I just start hacking down trees, which I have a ton of already, and just set making menacing wooden spikes on repeat, we'll have more food or more money than we could ever need in a very short period of time. All right, let's get all of the dwarves training for a minute after they all go grab food first. And I got 7 recruits. Profit and fun is 2 different things a lot of the times. Yes, very true. Very true. Which is why it's like, if you're going to play DF, you kind of just have to RP it and not really worry about the actual in-game consequences. It's like, yes, I could very easily be making this into an impenetrable monstrosity of a fortress very quickly, but instead I'm doing this. Hi, Tapioca. How are you? Man, I'm only 20 subs off of 5K on YouTube. My current big goal is 10,000. I would like to hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. That would be cool. Post another screenshot. And one of this. And if anybody would like a dwarf, just give me a shout. What's new? Not much. Like, still just streaming. Doing my thing every day. I slept in today. By mistake, when I wasn't intending to. Just kind of, you know, doing my best over here. So I just learned a very important fact, chat. There's a show on Netflix. Well, sure, after the game saves, Tapioca. There's a show on Netflix called The History of Swear Words. And Nicolas Cage is the host. So, you bet your ass I'm gonna watch the shit out of that. I know what I'm doing tonight. This is very important information. All right, well, since we're doing a Spartan fort, so everybody is mandatory military time, I'll give you one of the recruits. He feels euphoric due to inebriation within the last season. He was interested after learning about dodging, was satisfied at work, and was euphoric due to inebriation. 84 years old, born on the 24th of Hematite in the year 244, and is a worshipper of Arist, the duties of right, which of course is a deity of the granite urn. Our faction most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with war and fortresses. You have some passing acquaintances in the fort. Deeply dislikes competition and views loyalty unfavorably. Dreams of raising a family. Not readily moved by art and natural beauty. Conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And has an active imagination. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and laughs loudly when he's excited. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Very long sideburns that are braided. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is combed, and his hair is clean-shaven. He has a very narrow chin, and his nose is short. His small-lobed ears are narrow, and his cinnamon skin is wrinkled. Likes steel, crisp of phrase, kangaroo tooth, the color pale taupe, bucklers, spiked balls, and reindeer for their large herds. Cockatiel men for their crests, and the words of the pregnant orbs. Prefers to consume floating guts, gutter cruor, and absolutely hates bats. Well, you'll literally never have a meal that you like in your life. You prefer to consume floating guts. That's like kind of silly. Also, I clearly didn't deal with all of the refuse properly, so let's just turn off all this and just get that shit hauled out. And then we will then we will get them doing what they're actually supposed to be doing. So come on, guys, get rid of this shit. I'm also going to continue making the food stockpile bigger. This is just impossible to ignore, chat. God. Literally just listening to this dog screaming all day, and it's fucking obnoxious. We butchered too much stuff all at once. They are getting the stuff hauled out, though, so that's good. So for those of you who don't know, like I've mentioned this a number of times during today, my neighbors above me have gotten a new dog, and they spend the evening playing fetch with it indoors, which is obnoxious to listen to and loud as fuck. And during the day when they're not at home, it just sits up there and screams. Like, this dog isn't even barking. This dog is screaming. This dog is not happy. It's not getting enough exercise and basically getting neglected during the day, and it fucking sucks to listen to. Can't stand this shit. Like, I really, really, really wish people would just get pets that they can actually have the space for and can actually properly care for. Because, like, I'm literally just sitting here listening to a dog scream all day. It's like, it's not picking up on my mic, but I'm surprised it's not. It's almost speaking level. Hey, at least cats generally don't give a fuck about being alone. Most cats are like, oh, person's not here? Okay, well, I guess I'm not getting food in the next hour. Well, I'm gonna go take a nap. Dogs are like this dog is like whimpering and pacing around its house. It's like my neighbors right across me also have a dog on the same level, like right next door, and it's a big dog, but it's quiet all day. It never makes any noise. It's a very, very calm dog. This thing's screaming. Like, maybe once it grows up, it'll calm down a bit, but fuck, I don't want to listen to that shit. It's just, get doggy daycare or something. There's a reason that shit exists. I don't want to just sit here and like rage about my neighbors above me neighbors above me's dog all day. So I apologize, but it's like, it's just, this sucks. It's not pleasant to listen to. It just tries to steal everything. Is there a different, like, okay, but like, difference between dogs that never grow up and dogs that never mature? I guess, yeah, that kind of counts as never growing up. I was going to say, is there a difference, though, between dogs that never grow up and dogs that never mature? But I guess it's kind of just the same thing. There we go. The dwarves are all training now. So I have 80 drink. Let's just let them train until they get down to 40 drink. Maybe 30 drink. Yeah, I don't want to just sit here and complain about it all day because I fear that would get annoying, but it's just... It's unnerving. You went off the lead? That sounds like a friend of mine growing up. His mom had a husky, and that dog was like, fully grown-ass adult dog, but like, if that door is open, that dog's gone, and that dog's not coming back. The dog's just gone. It's gonna go for a run and get lost. And not be able to get home. I don't know. I mean, that could be a grown-up dog, but that's just not particularly intelligent. It's not so much of a goal with this fort. It's more of a restrictions. So the restriction with this fort is we're doing a Spartan fort with no plump helmets. So all of my food is coming from the local flora and fauna, and every single dwarf in the fortress is being trained in the military currently, except for my one woodcutter who will get cycled in pretty soon. Well, welcome, Rodrigo. Duterte, I think is how you say that. So even though you have no idea what you're doing, yeah, no, it's a lot of fun once you kind of get enough of the basics down that you can kind of start playing. Once you kind of can start playing, it becomes fun. It's a very entertaining game. No, it doesn't. I've seen people get evicted from this building before for not taking care of their dog. You can get evicted from a building for mistreating pets. A number of years ago, one of the units up the hall, I wasn't actually close enough to hear what they were doing to the dog or anything, but there was one day just a notice posted on their door, and I read what the notice said, and the notice basically said it was a notice of eviction, and the reason for eviction was animal abuse and mistreating a dog. So, yes, you can certainly get evicted for mistreating animals. It's like I've had, when my ex first moved out and I was very lonely, and still kind of am, but I'm more used to it now. A lot of people in chat told me to get a dog, and I just kept on saying the same thing, and I still feel this way, and it's, I care about animals. So because of that, I don't want to own a dog, especially not in an apartment this small. I know for a fact I wouldn't be able to give it enough exercise, wouldn't be able to take proper care of it. I mean, I could get something stubby and tiny, but those things have been bred into poor health in a lot of cases, and I as cute as they can be, it's like, nah, I'd rather just like not have a pet than have one that I know I wouldn't be able to take proper care of. And I work from home, so like that's already like, it's easier to take care of a pet like that. No, in order to properly have a dog, you need a backyard. You need to have a backyard, and you need to always have somebody home. And I can't promise either of those things and don't have a backyard, technically, so it's just not worth it. All right, so while the dwarves are training, let's go up here and design our layout. We'll do our bedrooms kind of up along this wall here, so we can like see out. And we'll give them fortifications on their bedrooms. But yeah, Rodrigo Duterte, if you have any questions and need help with things, just give me a shout. I can give you live demonstrations, or just chat can help. Or we can just give you a wiki page, whatever you prefer. As far as like getting into DF goes, it's really not that hard to get into once you kind of figure out what you're looking at. That's like the hardest bit, is just figuring out what you're looking at, and then figuring out what your options are. Once you kind of get past those two kind of bumps, the game's actually not hard at all. Like, there's certainly a learning curve there, but it's not as bad as a lot of people will tell you. The way I describe it to a lot of people is learning Dwarf Fortress is like learning a tabletop game. You have to read the rules. So you're going to spend a while kind of messing around with the pieces and referencing the manual. Once you've done that for a while, you spent some time referencing the manual and looking at the pieces and discussing with your friends about how you're going to go about playing it. Once you've kind of played 2 or 3 test games, then you can start playing the game for real. Up, downstairs are not the same as up or downstairs, yes. Well, downstairs start a stair going down. Up downstairs connects a layer to the layer above it. Upstairs start stairs going up. So I can't put upstairs here because this area has already been dug out. Unless I construct it. Also, the difference between designating and constructing is also a little bit weird. The stairs are confusing to you? All right, let's try and explain stairs. Let's see if I can do this. This is the hardest thing to explain in Dwarf Fortress and the most complicated concept to grasp. So let's see what we can do. So first off, there's 2 different things. You can construct and you can designate. Designate is when you take a thing that's already there and turn it into a new object. So you can take like a wall of stone and designate it to become or carved into stairs or ramps, okay? Constructing is where you take an open space and build it there. So if I were to construct stairs in this open area, I could construct it. If I were to designate stairs, I'd have to go to this area where it's solid rock, right? So that's the first thing. Upstairs, go upwards. So you're taking a lower layer and building up to the upper layer, okay? So if I go full screen, you're taking the lower layer, you're building up 1 layer, which can connect to the upper layer, okay? If I designate downstairs using J, this is a lower layer that's connecting to the bottom. So instead of current connecting up, it's lower connecting down, okay? Now, once those are dug out, above that, above the upstairs, I could make a downstair, which would connect back down. So you have up and then down. Below it, I could put an upstair to connect to the downstairs. So you have down and then up. Now, to continue this, we have up downstairs. Up downstairs, if I were to build one here, are kind of like the exact same thing, but instead of only connecting down or only connecting up, they're both ways. So it's like the centerpiece. So you have the down, down, and then up, if that makes sense. Then, alternatively, we have constructing. So I could go out here and I could construct an upstair outside. That's my couple minutes explanation of stairs. If you want to construct stuff outside, you start with the upstair, and then once that's been constructed, I could make a up-down stair, 1 above it. And then I could, in theory, make another up-down stair, 1 above that. Another up-down stair, 1 above that. And then a down stair at the top to kind of level it off. The Sims actually does stairs almost identical to DF. It's just a little bit more easily explained because you're looking at a 3D image, so it makes sense immediately. If I wanted to build a central shaft, I would start with downstairs here. If I wanted to build a central shaft to go down, I would start with downstairs here. Make downstairs, go 1 layer beneath that, hit I for up downstairs, and then go down as far as I wanted to go down. And then when I hit the level that I want to go down to, go down 1 more level, and then put upstairs at the bottom. Are stairs a one-way ticket? Nope, they can reverse once they're going down. So if you're doing multiple stairs of up-down stairs, they can start going down and then turn around and go back up. So if I delete all of these, there's one other thing that I should probably cover in this, and that's channeling and ramps. Ramps again, can be constructed and designated. By default, you'll have ramps that'll just spawn on the edges of things. Ramp goes next to a wall. So you have wall, and then you can build a ramp going up it, right? If you just build a ramp without a wall, there's nowhere for them to go. And if you build a ramp at a portion of a wall where there's nowhere for them to go up top, like there's a wall up top, they won't be able to go up that ramp. They'll have to go up, knock out that wall above it, and then they can build on top of that. So if I go here and I designate 2 ramps, this will go away completely, but then they'll be able to run up this spot. Right here, I have a selection of, or a spot where there is no ramps, so I could construct ramps right here, and then they'd be able to run along here, up onto this ramp, and then up to this layer up here. I think that's my best explanation of ramps. Is that ramps are wheelchair friendly? Not necessarily. The difference between stairs and ramps is stairs let you go straight up and down, like a fireman pole. Ramps let you go up at an angle instead of straight up and down. So you have to go up, over, and then build ramps, or up, designate up, designate up, designate up. Then there's also channeling. Channeling just removes the top layer, leaves a ramp in its place, and lets you move down. So it's like a reverse ramp, basically. Ramps are up or down, depending on what angle you're on. So if I'm up above a ramp, it's a down ramp. If I'm down below a ramp, it's an up ramp. So it does both right at the same time. So you get the up and the down at the exact same time. You hate ramps? Ramps are actually worse for frame rate for pathing reasons, but they're fine. And that's my explanation. Oh, yeah, also ramps are wagon friendly. Yeah. If you have 3 ramps across. So if ramps are 3 wide, then you can bring wagons into them. But that's a different explanation. Also, by the way, that is there's totally a alternative motive to me doing those explanations, because I'm totally going to highlight that shit and edit it together and chuck it up on YouTube. Because I have a set of, or a playlist of little explanations like that. What's your day for it idea, Warmbo? Give it to me. I'll chuck it in the dock if I like it, or if it's not already there. Yeah, you have to make a way for them to get back up. Yeah. I know it's complicated, but it's like, once you wrap your brain around it once, it just makes sense. It sounds really dumb to explain it, which is why there's a video that Das Tactic put up that has like 1 million views now, which is just explaining it's like a super overdone 7-minute long video with like graphing paper and shit explaining how stairs work in DF, which is a little overkill in my opinion. I don't think you need that much, but then again, I just explained it in almost as much time, so you know, what can I really say? Let's just make a seed stockpile really quick. Three of 7 dwarves are sent out to dig straight down indefinitely, with food and water skins being dropped down occasionally. What, like a slave pit? I don't see the point, I guess. I think a child pit would be much more hilarious, where you just chuck all the kids into a pit. I don't know if I'd do that. Like more accurately, I don't see the purpose, right? Well, the thing with the child pit is they don't care. As long as they have like toys and alcohol and food, they'll just kind of like play. Make believe. You need one of those. It's called a kid pen. Don't they make those for babies? Children versus vermin. Place your pets. Oh no. Hunting for small creature for food. I like the idea, but I think it needs some workshopping. There we go. We now have 10 spear dwarves. Looks like the dwarves are generally enjoying their time in here. It'll go up on YouTube probably by tomorrow, Rodrigo. Here's my playlist if you want it. What about recreate the Mines of Moria? I don't really feel like putting 15 years into DF to do that. There's actually like a stencil for it. If you use DF Hack, which I don't, there is a stencil to just automatically designate all of the tunnels for the Mines of Moria, but you need to build a really big area. And no, I'm good. I don't need to do that. It does. If you play in adventure mode in DF, you can have a squad of dozens, and you can go build a fort. So yeah, it does. You just have to play in adventure mode. In fact, I'd say it has better nomadic potential than RimWorld. I mean, you can just use ramps. Sock Fort is the only thing we're allowed to trade as socks. So somebody just commented on one of my videos, I love trees, sad face, and I'm just going to respond with all caps. Elf! Well, at some point, if you have some free time, Worm, you should go listen to the 2 interviews I did with Tarn Adams on my YouTube channel. There's 2 of them now. They're both an hour 20. And they're VODs from the stream because I've had him on the stream twice. And in one of them, he talks about how... Okay, so he actually talked about one thing that has never been talked about before, which is in the far future, like post-magic update, what they want you to do is set your embark and then drive your wagon across the world to where you want to go, playing sort of like a what's the word he used? What's the name of that fucking game? Where you have the wagon and you try and go out to the like and everybody dies of malaria. What's the name of that fucking game? Oregon Trail, that's it. Yeah, you go play Oregon Trail within DF, basically. I love that no one said Oregon Trail. Anyway, or Oregon Trail. Yeah, basically playing Oregon Trail within DF. And then the other thing, yes. And then the other thing that they want to do in the far future is mobile fortresses, which is why we have machinery, to be able to build on a mobile platform, and basically do the Howl's Moving Castle thing. Oregon Trail, there, I said it. Yeah, so that's something that they want to do in the future, is literally like Oregon Trail your dwarfs and be able to drive your wagon to a place, which is wild if you think about it. But I expect that by 2028. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, it's really funny. There people who've never played DF before, excited for the Steam version. The rest of us, magic, please. You wonder what Krug Smash will do with it? I'm also curious about what Krugs would do with it. Krug's good people. Also, because there's a few new people in the chat today, also, hey Goldpoke, how you doing? It's worth noting that on this channel, I generally stream a whole lot of DF, okay? But there always will be, and there always has been, days of whatever the fuck I feel like spattered in there. And I sometimes do night streams, which are usually wildly different. So night streams are literally whatever the heck I feel like playing. There will be the occasional day where it's like, yeah, I'm just going to do a day of a roguelike that I feel like playing. Like, I think tomorrow I'm just going to play Caves of Cud most of the day and then play some Wayward in the evening. I mean, we're not going to be limited on sizes of stockpiles, Caffeine. I can't wait. I mean, you could burn wood buildings. What are you talking about? Wood buildings burn? Yeah, we have a fortress that we're keeping alive for 1,000 years. All right, how's the digging up here going? Pretty good. Yeah, they do. They fucking do. I had a fortress that had a wall that was made mostly out of wood. And no, walls and floors burn and collapse. They burn and collapse. I've had both of these things happen. I've watched it happen multiple times. Since when? I don't fucking know. Since the last time I had a forest fire. I had this entire like wooden dock setup thing built in a fortress last year, and a fucking what do you call it? Giant Titan spawned and breathed a bunch of fire at a bunch of wild animals and set the forest on fire, and all my docks burnt down and collapsed. Yeah. You've been building wood floors over volcanoes? Well, volcanoes don't bubble or anything. Something needs to actually like shoot fire at it, right? Because you're building over top of it. So basically, you're volcano here, and you're building up here over top of it. Yeah, that's fine. But like, if something drops into it, like go drop a boulder into the volcano and watch the magma mist spray up. It'll set your floors on fire. It certainly does. All right, let's get everybody training again. Hello, wait, what? How's things? I've told this story many times, but I did a volcano fortress a little while ago, and TLDR, everybody died in it because a bunch of intelligent undead got in the back door before we could lock the doors, and they killed everybody. But while they were killing everybody, we managed to have the last laugh by locking the back door and flooding the whole thing with magma, right? Great time. So lava flowed in, and we got to watch them burn, even though all my dwarves ended up dying. Good times. And while we were watching the carnage, it set most of the artifacts and fancy things on fire. Oh, you watched that on YouTube? That was about 6 months ago, I think, ish. I can't actually remember the name of that fort, but it was the last volcano fortress I did. It had the giant lava toilet. Anyway, they all died. And then the next fort I did, which I didn't actually put on YouTube because it was so short, but the next fort I did, I decided to go raid that fortress to try and get some of the artifacts back. Well, you know what happens when stuff catches on fire and it's an artifact, right? In DF? It burns indefinitely unless water's dumped on it. So my dwarves all came back and then immediately burst into flames. Because they left to go get the artifacts looted the artifacts, because the game doesn't know that the artifacts are on fire, comes back, game goes, right, this artifact's on fire, and then they're carrying a thing that bursts into flames the second they walk onto my map, so they all caught fire and burnt the forest down. Yeah, it was good times. You can't burn the books? You can't burn any books in DF. No, that's not the volcano fort. Here, I'll find the volcano fort on YouTube. Just give me a minute. I can't remember what I called it. But then again, I forget what my forts are about 2 months later, so. I mean, the VODs are up on YouTube. They're just unlisted. Ah, come on, YouTube. Let me scroll down further. I mean, I remember what I did in those forts. I need to get back to the beginning of Long Death. Bolt Fishers. Spike of Zealots. Obscure Heat, that was it. There's the VOD. Although, I think caffeine beat me to it. Yes, Obscure Heat. That was before I put stuff into playlists. And the elves have arrived to trade. Well, I don't know if I have anything particularly against elves in this fort, but I also don't really have anything to trade them. So I think I'm just going to let them be. We're trading. We have more important things to do. That was great until the frame rate went away and never came back. Why do I have an axe dwarf? Wait. Wrong weapon. Domas. How dare you use a copper axe? Specific weapon. Ah, because I don't have enough iron spears. Well, perfectly good reason to make some more iron spears. Yellowberry, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. I'm assuming you were shooting stuff? How was the shooting stuff? Are you firing magma cannons at me? That's wild, man. But welcome, Raiders. Welcome to some Dwarf forts. Hello, Tony. And Retro. Shoot Saturday. Good stuffs. I hope that you shot many things. Wait, what's... I missed the beginning of this. One thing you've been thinking of doing is creating a 4x4 spire that reaches all the way to hell. I've thought about doing stuff like that. I've certainly dropped stuff from the top of the fort all the way down to the bottom. That would be like interdimensional travel fort, because they don't necessarily die when they fall into the glowy pits. King actually doing work? What is this madness? Thanks, King. Is there fall damage? Yes. Things will certainly go splat. Legs break, arms break, heads break. I've had Forgotten Beasts die because they trip and fall on their head. It's really funny. Whenever you see a combat logs, like, collides with ground, takes full force of the impact, that's fall damage. It's always entertaining. But how's game dev stuff coming along, if I can ask Yellowberry? The goblins were just stunned? Yep, because armor takes the full force of the impact in a lot of cases. So armor will just eat a lot of that stuff. Excuse me. Let's just go further down to here. As the newbies begin to arrive, there comes a cat, that leather worker, a peasant. What do you like, peasant? Return favors. You like fine pewter, red zircon, worm leather, and linen fabric. Bucklers and catapult parts, and aye men. All right, well, you sound like a weaver and clothes maker. I don't know how much of that you'll actually be doing, and also just join the military. Sterling silver, wood opal, cave floater leather, and unicorn bone. Let's give you stoneworking and mining. Take you off of fishing. You're a stoneworker. I need another squad. So we're doing a Spartan fortress. And we are basically giving everybody mandatory military. So I'm making weapons for everybody and putting everybody into the military all the time. Actually, you're a woodworker. And have both woodworking tasks. So I'm actually not going to put you into the military right now. And I'm going to put my other woodworker into the military. Give him a chance. To be in the military for a bit. Lots and lots and lots of dwarves. You're legendary. Legendary gem setter. Interesting. We're going to get a farmer's guild in a minute, which is okay. Yep, there we go. Guild of Gorges. The farmer's guild has been established. Yes, you are indeed getting a chance to die fighting. Cat and a leather worker? Must be a coincidence. Strange coincidence. All right. All right, so let's do this. Let's do two more wood furnaces. Another smelter. And 2 more smelters. And a metalsmith's forge. You're a brewer? Sure, you can stay as a brewer. You can have wood burning. Need a few dwarves with wood burning. This peasant can also have wood burning. And we have plenty of other metalsmiths. Alrighty, do what you gotta do, man. Go get your food. Any free dwarves? Oh, tons. Yeah, just tell me what job you want. Oh, tons. Let's put a block stockpile out here. No metal or other materials. No metal blocks. Just stone. We're going to make charcoal on repeat. You're going to make charcoal on repeat. You're gonna smelt ore. I'm gonna automate this. And automate all that. I got a couple of orthoclase blocks in there, it looks like. Let's get more rock blocks going. And more rock blocks going. This fort? I mean, we only have 35 dwarves and we've been here less than a year, so we haven't been invaded yet. How will we deal with it? We will stab them in the face with our spears, as Ron says exactly. You don't generally get attacked super early unless you're like on the front door of a big scary thing, which we're not. So, other forts, like you don't generally get invaded until you have more than 80 dwarves. We could get attacked by were creatures right now. Once we hit 50, we could get attacked by, although I think actually, if we hit 50 dwarves, I'll raise my my population cap, but currently I think it's set to 50 for long death because we're still in long death settings. So the Guild of Gorges now has many members in Warpath and would like a guild hall. So we will give those farmers a guild hall, even though they really don't need it because we're not really farming much, but that's okay. We can totally give them a public guild hall, which would be lovely. We can teach them all the dwarves can be taught the way of gathering herbs, which is basically all my farmers do, is gather stuff from trees. So that can be our spot for this over here. So I'm gonna set this to priority 1 so that they get her done real quick. But no, I intentionally leave the opportunity for invaders usually, especially in the day forts. My main fort, which is Long Death, the population is just too low for any real major threats to show up, so my only real threats are my own dwarves, which is a very different playstyle than most people are used to doing, which is fair if people get a little perplexed by how it's interesting. It's interesting because it's basically like playing Crusader Kings, where like you get way too close to your dwarves and you get to watch them cheat on each other and get married and have kids, and it's a lot of fun for that reason. But generally with forts like this, it's kind of a, well, I'm not going to be here super long, so if we get invaded and if the baddies just utterly destroy us, that's just kind of comedy in and of itself. So fucking fruit fly. There's like 1 or 2 fruit flies, and they love to hover around me, and they're fucking annoying. Didn't have any for a while, but they've come back. Not a fan. What makes farmers dangerous? I mean, farmers are generally land workers, right? It's the reason the Canadians were so scary in the World Wars is because we were all like, you know, living in the out in the boonies, trapping and hunting bears. I don't know. If given the option, I would much rather fight a programmer than a farmer. If I had to fight somebody, I'd much rather fight a programmer or somebody who, you know, works an office job than a farmer, because farmers would be stronger, I would think. Oh, looks like we've got hunters working. Canadians and Australians. Yeah. Absolutely. Wonder what we're drinking, considering we're using stuff that we're harvesting. I'm not doing any farming. We have white mullet beer, carrot wine, dwarven rum, prickleberry wine, longland beer, and apricot wine. I'm gonna get you on gathering plants. No, totally. Oh, hey, we got our first possession. Weaver has been possessed, and you probably want a clother's shop. Let's just quickly throw that down. Someone's gonna run over and construct that pretty quick, I would assume. There we go, perfect. Good thing I bought that cloth. We got a petition. The Doctrine of Jaws now requires a temple and a priest. Approve. All right, and Moses claims the clother's shop. So I should pop up here. Should get the rest of this smoothed. And while this is smoothing, let's do a temple, shall we? Can put our temple along here. A war priest? Oh, you fucking bet. That can be our temple. Seems fitting to me. And let's chuck some doors in here. And before I forget, let's just make this into guild hall. It'll be a farmer's guild hall, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. 14 dwarves. The Guild of Gorges. The Cloudy Raven is the name of their private guild hall. And if I go to the locations, we'll just say citizens and long-term residents. So all citizens and long-term residents are allowed to go there. Should have a mace. Or an artifact. But let's follow this weaver and make sure that they're getting things that they need. Perfect. There you go. Excellent. He's begun his mysterious construction. He grabbed 3 pieces of pigtail cloth. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? Once that artifact is done, we will do another round of training. We're currently making alcohol? Nope. All spears. Maybe just a nicer spear. A longer rope. A prison rope. I kind of like keeping our tavern down here, though. I think I might just keep our tavern as like this open tavern design. Did I not make a seed stockpile, or am I crazy? No, I totally did. Okay. Let's make a leatherworks real quick and make some bags. Ooh. Moses, the weaver, has created Ilolash Nilon, a bulky pigtailed turban, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 94,080. This is a bulky pigtailed turban. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pigtail and made from pigtail cloth. The thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye. On the item is an image of Ficod, Golden Gills, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Ficod Golden Gills is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the Assumption, yeah, sure, of dwarf Ficod Golden Gills to the position of King of the Granite of Urn in the midwinter of 315. On the item is an image of Maffel, Bolted Dreams, the dwarf in pigtail. Turban. A very rare piece of dwarven clothing indeed. Many foodstuffs are being brought into the fortress. 270 plant is our total number of plant now. Man, so many dogs. Can't wait to eat them. I mean, it's like the tavern is just kind of an open design right next to the all the craft store shops, right? So you can easily just like pop over and grab a drink. Very easily just pop over and grab a drink. All right. We'll deal with all of the metal in there a little later. Ugh. So many fissures. I think I need some like some generic stone workers. So I'm just gonna give a bunch of dwarves all of the stoneworking jobs. I want that stone detailing stuff to get done quicker. So I'm going to put a bunch of openings up in here, just so that they can see out, in case anything tries to sneak in. So I got multiple dwarves melting ore, multiple dwarves making charcoal. And let's jump back down here and make some more damn spears. Did I not make thought I made another metalsmith's forge, but I guess not. Let's make it out of diorite. Nicer color. Sounds like a place you belong to. What, Fisher Dwarves where there's no fish? I mean, it is kind of silly that Fisher Dwarves can spawn in a place with no fish. But, you know, they came from the mountain home, and skills are different in the mountain home, clearly. There we go. Freeway is the weaponsmith, is forging iron spears. I think that if we get an artifact spear, whoever the war priest is should definitely get the artifact weapon, whatever the artifact weapon is. Oh, really? If you're confused about what something is, hit K and look at it. Open space. Yeah, no, if there's water there, you'll see tildes. Tildes is water. Or any liquid, for that matter. Well, we are up to 200 alcohols. Makes more barrels. This is a pretty efficient little dwarf crafting setup we've got going on here, considering I'm not even using the manager's screen. So, if nothing else, I hope that this little fort right here is kind of proof that you really don't need dwarf therapists to actually manage your dwarves efficiently. You really, really don't. Like, everybody's working. We got 0 idlers almost consistently, except for when they're popping between jobs. Everybody's working and doing something. Love to see it. Let's suspend that and make some tables. And suspend that and make some thrones. When they decided to join. Yeah, and that's just their trained profession. I mean, obviously they'd get tired of fishing. It's a very embarrassing thing for a dwarf to be doing. All right. I think that it is time to do some training. Not everybody's in the military, so this will make it pretty clear who's not in the military. Kia stole some blocks. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Okay. Okay, who's Tanner? You need to join one of the squads. Brewer, you need to join one of the squads. Beekeeper, you need to join one of the squads. You need to tone down the Kia strength. Nah, I think the Kias are fine. Bone Carver, you need to join a squad. I think everybody's in the squads now. Kias are just kleptomaniacs, yeah. Hey, at least they don't rip your doors off the hinges like they do in real life. Which is certainly something they do in real life. Hold on. Let me find this very important informational video, which is mandatory viewing for all those of us who hate Kias. These are real-life Kias working on a car. Just, you know, breaking shit like this one. I skip a little further ahead. You know, just too bad they're not breaking IKEA. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that shit. Just fucking pulling at it. And then a little later, yeah, they start pulling at that. Pulling the ceiling out. Yep. Very efficient. Kleptomaniac destroyers. See? Like, look at this shit. Just, you know, they broke the antenna off, and now they're just ripping that out. Hey, Scrumpet, what's up? Just, like, look at, they're so proud of themselves. Jesus. I mean, they probably taste like white bird meat, right? Yeah, they're big. Like, they're big birds. Now, can they carry an anvil? Well, undetermined. But they definitely can rip a car apart. All right, now I'm going to just let them train until we get down to, I'm thinking 10 alcohol. So let's just let them train for a little bit. And it looks like they're all wielding iron spears. Yeah, every single one of them I see is wielding an iron spear. Yeah, they've all got iron spears. Some of them just have it in the wrong hand because they're left-handed. My dad would hate me saying that. How are the goats doing? They're just kind of chilling. I was milking them earlier, and we did make some cheese. I don't know how much cheese we actually have. None currently. We had some. Do my parents watch my stream? My mom currently has... Let's find out. 41 months concurrent subscription. And, let me check something. My mom has 6,239 hours on my stream. So, yeah, my parents watch sometimes. Also, a named goat has grown to become a billy goat. Which means all I can say is, y'all got competition. My mom's got a longer resub than you. Just saying. It's actually kind of funny that sometimes I don't think my parents have any idea what I'm playing 99% of the time. Sometimes my mom will ask me to play things that are less violent, which I think's funny. Like, I played through all of the current levels of Proteus in the initial early access release of Proteus. And my mom kind of passively mentioned when I was over there that it'd be nice if you could play games that were less bloody. And occasionally my mom used to ask me to swear less, but I don't fucking care, and she's never gonna fucking get that one. I'm sorry, Mom. I will swear as much as I damn well fucking please. Thanks. Hey, look, a caravan has arrived. The humans have arrived as well as what the fuck are those? Wild boar. Ooh. The humans have arrived. Bok Filala. That's a Elvish last name, I think. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Bring us your finest gold. I don't know why, but bring us your gold. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. I mean, my review of Proteus is, I don't often say that games are better than sex, but that's one of those few examples. God, Proteus was really good. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. I think we can. You know what? Let's just whip up some menacing spiked balls real quick. Trap components, iron. Give those dwarves a break. Brew some drinks. Get back to it, guys. And I would never swear. Also, whenever Greg speaks of smoke, it's to do with common interest in food. Yes, it's okay. My mom knows I smoke weed. Although technically I vape weed, with a vaporizer and a water pipe, which is relatively healthier than smoking. And I also don't do it that frequently. My dad doesn't though. Although I really want to try growing my own plants, and I have this weird fear that my dad's just gonna disown me when if he catches me doing that. Oh no, that wild boar is getting horribly murdered by this dwarf that's behind my camera. Good job, dwarf. Although now you're out of ammunition, so I should just pop over to stocks and unforbid that. And also, oh, never mind, can't do that yet. I'll do that later. You have to spell it right, Miana. There you go. Let's place some tables and some thrones. Let's just get some art into the walls. As you avoid the nicotine? No, totally. I mean, it's literally the equivalent of like putting a cake in your oven and then just opening up the oven and going, like I could totally just grind flour and put it in the oven and then just inhale it like that. Could totally do that. That would also very much work. It would also make my apartment stank, so I'm not going to do it, but I could. Anyway, why are we talking about weed? This is your fault, Gold. Jeez. No, it's really funny. My parents, my mom's always been very supportive of the streaming. My dad wasn't for a really long time. And then I told him that I was actually getting paid. And then he's like, prove it. And I showed him my paychecks and now he believes me. It took me about 4 years to convince him that this was a legitimate business. But now he believes me. And I always love to go back to this because I think it's hilarious. But there was a time where my dad asked me if I was certain, in like a genuinely very concerned fashion, of, are you certain that the people you're talking to in chat are actually real people and not Chinese bots designed to make, in a like conspiracy theory way, designed to make Western kids stupid and not do their schoolwork? And are you certain? But you know it is a Chinese bot. I'll show you. If I go to my leaderboard, Twitch Coil bot cheered 100 bits during one of my days off. I don't know who does that, but Twitch Coil bot is a app that lets you do surveys and watch ads, and you can tell the bot to go buy 100 bits and cheer it at a streamer that you like. And supposedly, it's quite popular in China, or so I'm told. So there's probably somebody watching me from a country where they can't buy bits, cheering some stuff at me. My dad's very intelligent. He just overthinks things sometimes and gets a little bit conspiratorial sometimes. But my dad's very smart. He's just part of that generation. It is weird. It is weird, isn't it? But it's also kind of neat. And it usually pops the cheers off at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Like 15 games of vanilla DF? Dude, and do what you enjoy doing. Is he American? No, he's very much Canadian. Isn't that smart? Well, I don't know if it's not necessarily that smart, but it's pretty easy to tell when you're talking to a bot. It is a pretty good theory, even if it's wrong. I think I had to go to 2 TwitchCons and like show my dad my paychecks, more or less, to convince him that this was a legitimate thing. Now he thinks it's genius, but you know. Those AI robotic dogs are pretty scary. I mean, dogs are only about as smart as a 2-year-old. So if you can make a bot that's as smart as a 2-year-old, yeah, it's pretty reasonable. All right, I need to go chop down some more trees. So let's chop down the ones over here that we're not harvesting from. You're a woodworker, so I'm just going to real quick remove you from your squad so that you're actually able to go fell the tree. Perfect. Coil is connected to Imager Emerald, and if you spend $10 a month, we'll check what streams you're watching and give you 100 bits every few hours. That's weird. That is also weird. All that shit is weird. If someone beat a Turing test for real, we'd hear about it. Oh, for sure, yeah. Also, Tinder bots would get way too effective, although they are already too effective, which is why there's so many of them. Constantly ablaze with feelings of lust. My God. All right. Horny bookbinder. Sam, you mood. I blame the damn pandemic, man. Sometimes dwarves are just too relatable. Is that a child? God damn it. We have acquired child. Also, if anybody would like a dwarf, just of course let me know. The golden frills. That's not very dwarfy sounding. Dreams of crafting a masterwork prone to hatreds and develops negative feelings towards things. Like date palm wood, the color ceratruce, catapult parts, snaff plants. All right, you can just have plant gathering. No one have dwarf. You know, Hobo, considering you're my mod, you're very bad at keeping track of what I'm actually doing. Today is the day for it, so it's a one-off for it. So I started it this morning, and you have not asked for dwarf yet, so thus you no have dwarf. One of these days you'll figure out how these day forts work. Yeah. Those Counter-Strike bots aren't particularly good. But Hobo, do you have any idea what job you'd like? Everybody's automatically in the military because we are a Spartan fort. But Hobo's day job can be a plant gatherer. He is annoyed when caught in the rain. Fitting. He is satisfied at work, and within the last season he was uneasy after being unable to pray for too long. Well, you worship Arist, the deities of right, the god of war and fortresses. 84 years old, born on the 5th of Obsidian in the year 245. His hair is somewhat greasy. His long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his long beard is neatly combed. He personally finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. You're going to hate your life. Values eloquence and finds blind honesty foolish. Doesn't really see the point of working hard and dreams of raising a family. Is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Is very greedy and stubborn, and he is sometimes cruel. He lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he is swayed by the emotions of others. He rarely feels discouraged and tends to be a little tight when working on resources and projects. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and isn't given to flights of fancy. Tends to consider what others think of him, and he is a friendly individual. He isn't particularly curious about the world and scratches his head when he's bored. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. There you go. Bastet. Bartender. Well, you're a cook currently because we don't have a bartender, really. I told the story of the attack on the nomad of the named castle of the Granite of Urn at Bowel Mines. Bull Mines, not Bowel Mines. Bull Mines by the fiery Hex in the early winter of 314 and the early winter of Pi at the Earth and Fruit, and I enjoyed that. She felt enjoyment while performing and was upset after being unable to pray for too long. You can go pray. Just go fucking pray. You're very happy, Dwarf. Ardent worshiper of Kadal. What is Kadal? The deity of wealth and jewels of course. 78 years old, born on the 19th of Felsite in the year 251. She has a very high-pitched voice and very low cheekbones. Her ears are narrow and her head is narrow. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed and her nose is short. Her eyelashes are short and her hair is light brown. Her skin is burnt umber, and her hair is rust. She personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship to be a total waste, and dreams of mastering a skill, is swayed by emotional appeals and feels strong cravings and seeks short-term rewards. She is extremely confident in herself and in situations regarding her skills, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this, as she values friendship. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She is quite polite, and she has little interest in joking around, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to be passive in discussions. Tends to stare unwaveringly when she's speaking to somebody, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yes. Tapioca, you are not totally ignorant. Congrats, Yalasians. It was an annual competition to make bots, human bots as possible. I think there was a group of bots that were rated more human than the actual human players, but a little more, so the goal of the competition was declared reached. Whoa. Okay, that's spooky. I mean, aren't you untroubled after causing trouble? There we go. Let's get those spiky balls up there. And make some more iron shields. I realize steel's better, but I don't feel like digging down that far. She's a man-eater. Huh? Maybe a good interrogator. What did you do, Ray? It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. What is that? Is that a goat? No, it's a named billy goat. Duckling, billy goat. There we go. Whose pet is that? Hobo, you have a pet goat. Just thought I'd let you know. Oh, I didn't actually get to trade with the humans because I fucked up. Whoops. All right. How are we doing for alcohol? We're doing good for alcohol. All right. Train. And there we all go. Dwarves are going to go train. Why does it seem janky? The default, are you talking about the layouts of them? Because by default, they're very cramped. But if you go into the custom settings for cave generation, you can make them way bigger and wider and more grand if you want more grand caves. I like the kind of narrow, more realistic caves. Because caves are very narrow and cramped in reality, which is why they're very narrow and cramped in DF. Much more realistic. Less interesting to stare at, but much more realistic. And there's a single child just playing make-believe up here. Also dreams of mastering a skill. Relentless drive and is completely consumed by ambition. Takes no pleasure in his talents and is very single-minded. This child is going to do great things. Genuinely going to go do great things. Also, I really like what Twitch is doing with PogChamp. I just need to shout that out again because for those of you who don't know, the original face of PogChamp was supporting and egging people on during the violence at the Capitol in the States a couple of days ago during political stupidity. So Twitch removed him as the face of PogChamp and instead are just featuring a different person every single day as the new global PogChamp. So every single day a different person gets PogChamp, which is kind of really fucking cool. So yesterday it was a dude with glasses and now it's this chick, which is pretty great. Means choke points, yeah. Also means more opportunity for stealth for scaries. Also, they're not always super cramped, even in default gen. I've had wide open ones. Yeah, it's because he was openly egging on more violence on Twitter. Homing drunk. He was openly egging on the violence. And, like, asking for more, basically. Which is not a great thing to be doing. Also, he's just a piece of shit in general, which... It was one of those things where it's like, I never really talked shit about the emote because, you know, it's a good emote and I like it, but I've heard from the local people in Vancouver in the fighting game community that he's just a piece of shit, so... Yeah, no, it totally should. It would be really nice if it was like the current sub-emotes where it links back to that person. Certainly, yes, homing. But like, at the same time, you don't really want a person who has very, very radical ideals being a branded face of a site like Twitch. Like, you just kind of can't have that. That looks like a dick. All right, anyway. I'm gonna go turn some lights on, light this place up a little bit. Give me a second. All right, we return. And Logic, you have a good night. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out as always. What actually is Kappa the number one? I would assume Kappa is just the number one global. Considering his actions? Yes, no, totally. And I think it's a completely valid reason to remove an emote. Like, I liked the emote as much as everybody else did, but... Audio's become a Spear Dwarf. Good stuff. Everybody should be becoming Spear Dwarves. I think we're just going to do this again until I get down to about 40 boos. And then we're going to focus on getting that temple done. I mean, obviously the most used global emote should definitely be Tom's face. Unsane. Kukra! 2 fucking years, dude. 2 years. It's good to have you back. New goddamn hat indeed. How do you like your little Russian hat? Freeways grew attached to an iron spear, as you damn well should. And thanks for the 30 cents. Cheers. First bits of the day, actually. Thank you much. Hope you're doing well, man. Come on, chat. We can get a couple more beers than that for 2 years. Gotta go, goats. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for hanging out. Another dwarf has become a spear dwarf, which means we're down to 15 recruits. Man, it feels like I haven't streamed very long today because I've only streamed for 5 hours and 50 minutes. Normally by this point, I'd be at 7 hours because I slept in today. So I kind of started a little late. And I don't want to go too late today, so. Yeah, it makes sense that LOL is up there. Heart makes sense. Tryhard is really popular in big channels. You see a lot of Tryhard, but Trihex is a great dude, so makes sense. LOL, I'm so happy that like Total Biscuit is still fucking laughing every day on Twitch, and that makes me happy inside. Heart makes sense. Kappa makes sense. And the PogChamp also makes sense. Also, I just realized Forzen is still banned. The fuck did Forzen do to get banned? I remember seeing a meme the other day about unbanned Forzen, and just like looked and he's apparently banned. What did Forzen not do to get banned, rather, is what I should be saying. What took them so long? You mean games done quick? GDQ, not GDC? The GDC is Game Developer Conference. Ah, yes, Tryhard gets used a lot there. Yeah, you're right. Same with Kappa. That's all good. Don't worry about it, Infinity. Yeah, GDC is Game Developers Conference. GDQ is Games Done Quick. The crazy thing is that one frame will vastly... Is that one frame will vastly outlive the person that originated? Yeah, no, totally. That one image, I don't know. To me, like, Total Biscuit laughing is like my favorite memorial to Total Biscuit. You don't. Well, you know what GDQ is, right? It's a giant, like... Oh, huh, okay. That sounds like something Forzen would do. I mean, yeah, not surprised. Not fucking surprised. The worst I've done is show a dildo on stream. I was streaming once, and like I said, I was looking up a random gem in DF, and I was trying to figure out what a gem looked like, and scrolled down and found a dildo made out of it. But it's a fucking gem dick, okay? So yeah, we were fine. That VOD's long gone. But yeah, that's I think the worst I've accidentally, which was legitimately accidentally shown on stream. Who, Forzen? I mean, Forzen never exactly tried to, like, make his, like, chat, or he never really went out of his way to make his chat readable. Redcoat's that famous? Weird. Menacing with spikes of gem. No, it was literally just a menacing spike of gem, actually. It's very menacing. Yeah, no, GDQ chat moves real slowly because it's sub-only, right, King? So. Also, most of those views are embeds and front page views. Again, no Outpost Liaison. That is interesting. Why are we not getting any Outpost Liaisons from Mountain Home? Maybe it's because they're just, like, constantly under massive amounts of war. All right, let's trade the trap components with these guys. I don't know. I like GDQ a whole lot. I think GDQ is kind of great. I know that there's always, like, the unpopular opinions and people kind of making fun of it for various reasons, but I don't know. I honestly think GDQ is one of the best things that happens on Twitch, period. Who's GDQ? What is GDQ? GDQ is Games Done Quick. It's a giant speedrunners marathon with hundreds of streamers that take part, and it's a huge charity that raises money for cancer research, and every year they raise millions, or twice a year they raise millions of dollars for cancer research. It's Games Done Quick, yeah. So there's GDQ and AGDQ. Games Done Quick and Awesome Games Done Quick. Or Summer Games Done Quick and Awesome Games Done Quick. So this is Awesome Games, good, it's in the winter. I watched a bunch of Left 4 Dead runs the other day, and it was a great time. It was indeed a great time. Okay, it's almost valuable enough. Let's just put a couple more engravings in these walls, and that'll push us over the edge. Also MSF, yeah. Of course, you know, like, our little RimWorld charity doesn't have doesn't hold a candle to it, but you know, we raised what, $60,000 for MSF, which is pretty damn good for the little guys. Okay, which? The Sect of Death. Hobo, we found the heavy metal god. They worship death and suicide. I love when DF gets dark. There we go. The Doctrine of Jaws. They worship the Deity of Valor. The Sanctuary of Duty. I like it. I like it a lot. Definitely a respectable sum of money. As impressive as millions? Nah, but, you know, we do what we can. Furniture. Iron. What do you think would be placed into a Deity of Valor? Wait, what? Ah. The priesthood of the doctrine of Jaws is ready to be recognized from the temple's location menu. This will satisfy the agreement. That was quick. Okay. Recognize priesthood. The Holy Ferocity. I think I'm going to give it to Infinity. Infinity, you are now the Holy Ferocity. Also, if anybody would like dwarves, just give me a shout. You're our best armor smith, and you are now the Holy Ferocity. And you were jubilant after the establishment of a temple for the doctrine of Jaws, and felt fondness remembering talking with a friend. You're very good friends with our weaponsmith. And you're forging many iron shields. Froggy, what's up? It's good to see you. Oh, also, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, there's a new animated emote in the chat. It's also public, so if anybody wants the link for it, you can just go grab it on Better Twitch if you want it in your chat. How's Rumbo doing? Well, that's a good question. No one's dead, so... Although we need to go start invading people in a minute. Oh, there's a peasant. Let's actually give you engineering. I need an engineer. There you are. You were horrified after seeing Ton Crystal Flight die. Who the fuck is Ton Crystal Flight? Apparently a dwarf died. I'm not sure how that happened. Whoops. I should probably make a hospital. I'm gonna do that. So yeah, you seem fine aside from the fact that a dwarf died. Lion, like I said, no idea how that happened. Ah, there we go. Fish dissector's been missing for a week. No combat. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, you didn't kill him. You saw him die, but we don't know how he died yet? It is a modified Krug Smash texture pack. I actually asked him for permission if I could use it, because people recognize it. Not a vampire, no. Or actually, I don't think a vampire. Well, we would have seen it if it was a vampire. Yeah, there's multiple times this dwarf's been drinking, so no, not a vampire. Intriguing, though. Don't know what killed him. Weird. Maybe he got stuck in a tree? Potentially? There was no combat log. Weird. Make some coffins, though. Militia, or maybe someone got. Oh, actually, I think I know probably what happened. Somebody probably got possessed, and I totally missed it, and then they probably died. Okay, so you're a boyar. So you want a boyar's workshop. That's probably what happened. They probably got possessed, and I missed it, and then they went nuts. Maybe they pushed him off a ledge. I mean, there's weirder things that have happened. That's for sure. This dwarf is going to make a legendary bow or crossbow, one of the two. Okay, mysterious construction has begun. In voice chat? What, on his server? I've only ever seen him in voice chat on his own server. Yeah, you recognize his tile set. Interesting, though. Good stuff. Violet guy. Krug Smash? Yeah, he has a Discord server, but you have to support him on Patreon to get into it. A sleek plumwood crossbow. Id, the militia commander, has created Eilon Urbost, a sleek plumwood crossbow, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Codal Twinklebolted. Twinklebolted, eh? So then, how did you get into his server if you didn't know who he was? Sorry, it just seems like an odd thing to say. It's like, I don't know him, just hopped into voice chat and didn't realize he was in. Just like, what? How do you get in? But, like, you have to be giving him money to... Anyway, whatever. This is a sleek plumwood crossbow. All Krasdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is an object adorned with hanging rings of almond wood, and on the item is an image of a baguette-cut gem in plum wood. On the item is an image of willows in almond wood. On the item is an image of Usteth flax syrups, the dwarf in pigtail. Usteth flax syrups is embracing the blank. The artwork relates to the lifting of the numerous oppressive laws from the granite of Urn by the dwarf Usteth flax syrups in 190. Weird. We need to mod in tree people? I mean, you could do that. Could definitely mod in plant people. It's already mushroom people. Why can't you have tree people? Just need to make a person with the material of wood. That's weird. Potentially. Well, you said that you didn't know who he was. Which, like, the way you wrote that, like, I don't know him, basically states, like, I don't know who he is, but I'm also in his Discord server. It's like, how do you, A, not know who the person is, and B, also be in their paid-only Discord server? So you either know who the person is, or you don't know who the person is. It's just a funky way to word that is all. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. The Healing of Defying. Stick this in the doc, because that's an interesting artifact description. Sticking this in the dock. There we go. Sure, fair enough, but like, you don't really know anybody online as a person. Let's be fair. The Archcrystal the guy? You mean Seth? Sethatus. I word things weird. Sure, but if you word things weird on the internet, then it gets read weird. And if I read it weird, then it's like, huh? Why do you miss him? He comes by the chat sometimes. This currently has been gifted a sub to the channel, actually. Lurks in my chat often too. He has a dwarf in Long Death currently, and is cheering me on to beat Archcrystal. We'll see. I mean, I'm like a third of the way to beating Archcrystal currently, at least in age, not in ambition, but in age. Some more migrants have arrived, so probably get us up to population cap. Where the fuck are they? Oh, there they are. Beekeeper. There we go. Looks like all of them. It also took them way longer because the game was way poorer optimized. How long have you been watching the VODs, out of curiosity? What are the dogs doing? The dogs are mostly playing. Or the puppies are playing, but the other dogs are hunting dogs. So the hunting dogs will go after land animals when they're on the maps, but when they're on the map. But the problem is generally we have flying things, so the dogs can't really do too much about the flying animals, like Kias and ravens and stuff. Also, it's really nice to see people in chat who watch the VODs, because there's a very loud group of people who watch my VODs who are like constantly annoyed.
Nuclear vessels.
That I upload VODs. They're just like, nobody watches these. I'm like, that is not true. A human monster slam. Mausoleum 1. Mausoleum 1? That's a weird name for an undead creature. Mausoleum 1. I've got a temple with all visitors welcome. We must fix this problem. Alright, speaking of temples. How's the value on that? More than enough. Still working on the value of this place. Let's chuck a couple statues in here. That should do it. That's mighty racist of you, Tapioca. That show is great. What, the history of swear words? How long is it? Or rather, how long are the episodes? I might watch it with my friend. How you been, Ryan? How's things? $30 to 45 minutes. How many episodes does it have? Oh, well, 4 episodes. You totally typed that in. Should read the whole thing. Yeah, I need to watch that. For those of you who don't know, me and Rhinestone host a podcast together. It's been a little bit since we recorded an episode because of scheduling stuff, but like, if you like listening to me babble about random shit, you should listen to Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs, which is just me and Ryan babbling about random shit. You think it's 4? Good stuff. Might have to power watch that. 6 episodes? Okay, I might have to power watch that. 6 is fine. Also, Ryan, if you haven't watched it, you should really watch The Expanse. Holy fuck, that new season's so good. Whoa. Esm Washed Paint was appointed to the position of Baroness. Aiton Boneworked was appointed to the position of Baroness. Olbach was appointed to the position of Baron of Namespear. What the fuck just happened? Bunch of people must have just died. Because a bunch of people that are obviously not in my fortress were just appointed Baron and Baronesses of my faction. So something just fucking happened. You don't have Prime right now? Get Prime, you lazy son of a... Or, you know, just get it from Sweden or something. I need to actually make these poor fucking dwarves bedrooms. Although they don't seem to care too much. Only a few dwarves are embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room, but it's fine. We should get that one dwarf's body out of here. What about Patreon? I mean, the reason Rhyme doesn't have Prime is because, which kind of weirdly rhymes. The reason Rhyme doesn't have Prime... Ooh. Never mind, that's a CD. Damn it. So, I'm fucking making myself hate my life with Discogs. Anyway, you want to keep the streak up and running? For what? Patreon or Twitch subs? Let's get these dwarves training again. There they go. But yeah, no, the reason Ryan is commenting about not having Prime is because he can't watch The Expanse. Not because he can't subscribe. But The Expanse is so fucking good. Also, totally missed that, but cheers, Ron. But yeah, no, as far as the long death vids go, I think we're over 10% done. But we're also like almost 50 streams in, which means we're gonna have like hundreds more. So you got 3 months to Disco Nitro from Xbox. Yeah, no, it's back and forth, isn't it? What's the sign for, Psycho Bro? I've got 6 months of Game Pass now from from Discord, which is kind of neat. One of these squads isn't actually active. There it is. But what's the psi for, Psycho? What co-op game? That sounds fun. I don't know. What game, though? Oh, Sanctum 2. Sanctum 2 from Coffee Stain, if I'm not mistaken. People who made Goat Simulator and Satisfactory. All right, I think it's... We're just going to let them train until I have no recruits left, and then I'm going to just send them all out. Be like, all right, dwarves. We're going to go invade shit. Because that's what we are here for. That is what we are here for. I mean, he probably did. It's just a funny game. And everybody thinks of Coffee Stain Studios as the Satisfactory people. And whenever I tell people that Satisfactory was made by the Goat Sim people, they're like, what? That's all it is. I just think it's funny. There we go. The blanks. How set up are these two main squads? Pretty fucking well set. How about you guys? Also pretty well set. How about you guys? Okay, that's where the newbies begin. Okay, so we're going to retrieve some books from the Dark Goblin Pits of Hategut. Good luck, dwarves. And there they go. Just a normal raid. Scout the place. It's very easy to tell that Satisfactory is also a joke. Yeah, kind of is. It kind of is. You have a headache? That's not good. Try drinking some water. So now I only have 19 dwarves in the fort, because the rest are all home training. Do you guys think there will be any casualties on that first raid that we're sending out? That's not good. Take a break from the screen for a little bit, maybe. Satisfactory needs more crap. I don't know. I don't like Satisfactory. Not a game for me. Oh, there we go. And we return from the mission. The Grateful Urn attacked the Terror of Scoots. That's such a fucking good name. Of the Fiery Hex at Hategut. The dwarf Goffer led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Amu Vale Mirthful. In the late autumn of 329, the elf Vamul Vale Mirthful outmatched Goffer, Sword Beast, with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. So we lost horribly, is what you're telling me. Yep. We lost horribly. Yep. We lost very horribly. Freeways was struck down. Infinity was struck down. Hobo was struck down. Well, shit. More training is required. We shall immediately go raid again. But we're going to go raid someone with less people. We're going to go raid these people. Good luck again, dwarves. Sucks that we lost Infinity, though. Fuck. Bit off a little bit more than we could chew with that first one from the looks of things. Installing Doom Eternal. Good luck. So anyway, you remember how I mentioned that I was making myself hate myself with Discogs? I just got a notification that there are 2 new copies of Soviet France LPs that I want up on Discogs, and they're both 200 bucks. Fuck that. Fuck that. If the arena I selected or if the area had marble, I mean, maybe it does if I dug down a little bit. Although it's nowhere near as bad as that one Boards of Canada LP that I really want, which is like up on currently on Discogs for $700 fucking dollars. It's like 700 USD. It's like, Jesus fuck. Some of the Dream albums that I want are like reasonable, and then some of them are like that one. Some of them are quite reasonable, and then some of them are just nope. What's your dream album? I thought you already had your dream album, Ryan. Uh-oh, game crashed. That is my first crash of the year. When was the last save? Probably happened... Ooh. I think we just accidentally save scummed the game. Yeah, I think we just accidentally saved scummed the game. The discography of Every Time I Die. Fair. Oh, maybe. Okay, so it literally just saved. So no, we didn't save anything. Let's hope it doesn't crash again. I wonder what caused that. Probably just the rating. Oh, hey, look. Kick Roast, the stray cat, has adopted Rockust. We lost no time, is the bonus there. That's not too bad. Go rest your eyes, Basta. Yeah, Ryan, most of my Dream albums are in the 500 plus range. Although, I did get a repress of 2 of my Dream albums, which has already been shipped, and I'm super cool with that, which is High Visceral 1 and 2 from the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. Totally okay with paying full price for that. Okay, this time we got a spoils report, so it must have been successful. The forces of the immortal... Oh, there we go. The granite urns slipped into Lance seduced, undetected by the notched hell and the hatred of nuts. They must be nuts. The hatred of nuts. The forces of the immortal rage searched. And we stole some books. Yeah, no, totally. But I'm not... the most I'll spend on a record is 50 bucks. And that's if I'm buying something brand new that I intend to play. That's a good number of books. Jeez. We also stole treasure and livestock. Beak dogs? Lead bars? We shall be eating beak dogs for dinner, my friends. Oh, something I should build. Before it's a problem. I should make a mechanics workshop. Fucking 35 dwarves? Did they not? Oh, okay, no, they're all still coming back. Fear of nuts? Well, maybe not peanuts, but maybe rock nut allergies? Such a funny name though. Way too silly a goddamn name. But yeah, no. My holy grails currently, Ryan, are you'd prefer an astronaut, which rarely comes up for sale, and when they do, they're usually in really bad condition. Which is Hum's first big LP. It wasn't their first, but I'd really like you'd prefer an astronaut. I'd really, 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 really like to own anything by Soviet France. Literally anything. But those are very rare and don't come up for sale very often, and there's like no represses of them, and they're $200 to $500 usually. I'd really like to own Music Deserves the Right to Children or Tomorrow's Harvest, which are both Boards of Canada records, and those are both in the $800 range when they pop up. It's like, yep. Although Tomorrow's Harvest, the one time I saw it pop up was $900, but that's because it was a record store day record, and they've never done a repress of it. So, yeah, that's basically the equivalent of saying, I'm never going to get a copy, and that's fine, I guess. All right, let's slaughter these beak dogs. We shall eat meat. I think I'm going to set a dwarf as a manager. Wait, what? You don't have a chair dedicated to you? You should, though. There you go. And now I can do iron bolt 10, iron helm 50, iron breastplate 50, iron shield 10, and charcoal 100, and here, I'll link it, Caffeine. And also, its music has the right to children by Boards of Canada. If you like Aphex Twin and that kind of weird electronic music, that's what it is. There's actually a really good YouTube video called Hexagon Sun. Boards of Canada. Yeah. This is the Hexagon Sun, a video on Boards of Canada that came out 4 months ago. It's literally like an unspoken documentary about Boards of Canada, where he just like goes through every single song, more or less, in their discography, and there's text on the screen about it, as well as the history of the band, or the group, because they're two brothers, so they're a duo, not a band. But it's absolutely fascinating and fantastic. They're one of those kind of weirdly mysterious groups that like were very public in the 90s, and then circa 2003-ish, they just vanished off the music scene, and they haven't done a live show since, and they just occasionally quietly release stuff. So they're very out of the public eye. They're Scottish, yeah, but they grew up kind of bouncing between US and Canada, and they never stayed in one place for very long because their dad worked in sales. So they never lived in one place for very long. I think they moved back to Scotland, though. They live in Scotland now. Man, that's a lot of socializing. Anyway, yeah, no. Music Has the Right to Children is one of my holy grails. Music Has the Right to Children, and I would also really like to own Tomorrow's Harvest. I'm not a huge fan of Campfire Sessions, which is one of their other 4 albums, but Music Has the Right to Children. I'll just put that. It is one of those albums that I'll just put on Spotify and just listen to. But I very much doubt they'll ever do a repress of it. Ooh, what are you doing? Telling a story. Year 140. Dear the Squeezing Ignition. Curse the dwarf vampire Rakast Pedal Fatal to prowl the night in search of blood. In Fortress Urns. That is cool. I've never actually seen that before. This dwarf is telling the story of how a god, the god that that temple is dedicated to, cursed somebody. That's cool. I really like that. All right. Did they take anybody prisoner? Or did they just kill them? Yeah, no, they just killed them. Okay. These are fucking strong-ass goblins. Let's send out another raid. Good luck, dwarves. Evening, Zychrom. How are we doing? No, they've never done a repress. There's only the original pressings. Caffeine. At least in the case of Tomorrow's Harvest. Music Has the Right to Children might have, but if they ever did repressings, they haven't done them in the last 20 years. But like I said, I'm not searching too hard. It's one of those things where if I get the opportunity to get one, I will grab it immediately, but I don't think I'll ever get the opportunity to get one. Used? What's the quality, though? Is it listenable? Is it playable? Besides, it's not something that I'm really in a massive rush to get. And 68's too much for a record, regardless. I'll get one if I can find it for $50, and if I can find it in person and see what it looks like. Everybody has a different definition of what they consider to be fair, and when it comes to a rarer record like that, I'd want to see it first. Also, which Amazon are you talking about? Is this American Amazon or Canadian Amazon? Or UK Amazon even? The blanks and others have returned. We slipped in undetected. Good stuff. We're just going to keep doing that. The Immortal Rage was stolen and treasure and livestock was looted. 7 beak dogs and 5 beak dogs. Good shit. And a zinc throne. Ooh. US? Gotcha. So then it's actually probably, if it's from a specific person, and we're talking Amazon and US, it's actually about $80 for Canada plus another $40 for import fees. So it's not quite 68, but we're gonna have so much meat. Once those beak dogs get in here. Generally, importing stuff from US Amazon is usually around $40 between shipping and imports, especially on records. I basically don't order stuff from the States now because of that. It might sound like I'm just trying to make excuses, but like, I wouldn't buy a record off of Amazon, a used record. eBay, maybe. Amazon, I don't trust people. What the heck do they mean by collectible? Yeah, these are all very good quality, which means playable. And then the new ones are still pre-owned. Also, none of these items cannot be shipped to your selected delivery location. Please select one from a different Amazon. That's funny. But yeah, those are probably... I'd almost not trust them to not be bootlegs. Especially the new ones. The used ones, though, those look legit. But records are a feisty thing to buy used. But yeah, like I said, it's not something that I'm super duper duper chasing. Because I could certainly get my hands on one if I wanted to. But I'll wait until I can just buy one from somebody. Why are you trying to trade a depot? There's nothing to trade for. Oh, I got my trader requested at depot even when there's nothing to trade there. That's silly of me. I mean, okay, so I've ordered 2 records off of Amazon new. One of them showed up broken, the other one showed up, and it definitely wasn't new. And Amazon's return policy on that stuff is pretty good. When it comes to Discogs, there's a lot more faith that I have in the sellers because they're usually legitimate record stores selling their stuff. Or if it's not a record store, you can figure out that it's not a record store pretty easily. Let's go after this recently re-inhabited goblin pit. So it's a tricky thing, Caffeine. It's tricky. Yeah, like you kind of really don't want to buy records on Amazon. It's like you can, but it's like in one of the records I bought on Amazon, and I've bought stuff off of that has claimed to be new, and it's like this was definitely resealed. Also, Ryan, did I tell you about the gift that I got sent? I legitimately got mailed a record that I didn't order by a band that had a note in it that stated it was a gift. You bought an SSD new and it arrived in a Ziploc bag. Neat. So Sergeant Thunderhoof put out a single, which was a cover of a Kate Bush song. Her song Cloud Busting. And it's a 45 RPM on colored vinyl record. And the other half is a song by one of their producers, which is another cover of another Kate Bush song. And I just ordered another record, and at the same time, I also received that one. It had a note in it saying, "Thanks for buying so much shit." So I legit got mailed a record I didn't order by them. Let's see how this one went. Oh, actually, we clashed with them this time. The forces of the immortal raged, searched... Oh, no, never mind. We were undetected. Stole treasure and livestock. What'd we get? More beak dogs. Look at that. Coffer. Prepared helmet snake kidney. I like how one dwarf just like grabbed a snack on the way out. I need this kidney. Let's keep going after these smaller goblin pits. I am kind of curious about what's going to happen when we actually get attacked back by these guys. Because I am just kind of raiding them. Just kind of straight up attacking them. But yeah, anyway, it was also signed by the whole band. Right. And included a mini CD of the same single, which is strange, and I've never seen that before. So it has like a mini CD as well as like the album. I haven't actually played it yet, but it's a good single. Yeah, looking at Discogs right now, Tomorrow's Harvest is the cheaper one. Tomorrow's Harvest is anywhere from like $20 to $40, usually with about $20 to $50 shipping. Yeah, I found a mint one, which is $50 and 21 shipping, so like sealed, never opened. So like Tomorrow's Harvest is perfectly obtainable. It's music has the right to children. That's expensive from what I remember. Yeah, mint copies or very good plus are in the $70 to $80 range. Upwards of several hundred if you're looking at original pressings and not bootlegs. Everything else is like new. And I'm counting shipping on that. But original pressings are like $600 to $700. There's a lot of bootlegs of this though. Uh-oh. We've got we need bigger food stockpiles. Yeah, I was apparently wrong. I don't know what I was looking at the other night, but oh, they got back quick. Christ. Slipped into the special doom, into nightmare wads. Undetected. Got a whole bunch of beak dogs. Oopsies. Screenshot these. Just reading Hobo's DMs and they're funny. Apparently EJ's talking about growing weed in space. And it's hilarious to listen to. Believe it. Which one was the one that I was looking at that was ridiculously expensive? Soviet France is ridiculously expensive. In some cases. It's Grista, right? Yeah, it's mint Soviet France records are expensive as hell. Like Oster, 109 euros, 210 euros. If you want mint. 79, there's one that's mint that's 79. Oh no, that's a CD, never mind. 2XLP, 200 euros. Fuck, I need to stop making myself hate myself. I close that. Do you think EJ smokes weed? A ghostly fish dissector is haunting the fortress. I thought I buried you. I did. Did your body never actually got buried. Why is that? Bury it, you shits. There you go. And he sent you a couple extra shirts. It's nice buying stuff from bands that are small enough that it's actually just the band shipping the stuff off. All right, I might need to pull Redbeard out of the military because I need you to just do your job instead of like constantly having to be reassigned. After you're done meditating on Valor, of course. Psycon, how we do? It's good to see you. Yeah, generally the way I operate is if something says new in brackets with an exclamation point, it's probably not actually new. especially on Amazon. It's probably a lie. Winding down for the night. Gotcha. Interrupted by a bobcat? What? Where's this bobcat? Oh, never mind. It's dead cat, actually. Well, who killed the dead cat? My presser kicked the bobcat in the head with his right foot, and the injured part exploded. I wonder why it was knocked unconscious. Oh, that's funny. That is really funny. Fair. Ryan? I feel kind of bad. The bobcat striked at the presser, but the shot was blocked, and the presser says, I have a part in this. There is no need to feel vengeful. Stabbed the bobcat in the right paw. New and improved? Yeah, new and improved is always a given sign that it's legitimate. All right, while the happy music's playing, let's go openly attack these guys. We're gonna try and raise them. Go! And let's slay all of these fucking beak dogs that I have now. You have a good night, Pi? It's 5 p.m. here. Like, it's weird. I feel like I haven't been streaming that long, because I haven't been, Normally I've been streaming for 8 hours at this point, but I've only been streaming for 7. Like, just under 7. And I'm torn as to whether or not I want to do, like, a full-length stream, or if I want to do a late-night stream, because I was kind of thinking about doing a late-night stream tonight. There's a puzzle game I've wanted to play. Spring has arrived, but I kind of want us to get invaded before I call it, because I think that we need blood on our front porch. What the fuck? Well, fuck the what? Whatty the fuckity? This is wild. Welcome to Twitch. Here's the beauty of streams, right? If you're at your computer, you can just have a stream up. Go do whatever, come back. Go do whatever, come back, go do whatever. One of the neatest things that I get told about what I do on Twitch is people who are just like, you make me feel less alone, because there's just like passive audio in the background just talking to them all the time. Hello, Peter. Welcome back. Oi. Back at you. Also, I need to shout out the fact that we have 278 subscribers, right? We have 314 sub points. We have Pi sub points. Nice. Quality. High quality sub pointage. There we go. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Uh-oh. So this is a problem. We've been hit by a vile force of darkness, and I literally just sent my entire military out. So, and now my military is returning. So, this is going to be bloody. We fought. The attackers we had a strong positional advantage, because the dwarf Goffer outmatched the goblin Zespask with Scourge with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Demon Sweat. We won, but yeah, nothing bad happened. We were all okay. There was a few close calls, and some dwarves got scraped, but we are okay. So we are now under attack by goblins and dwarves. So let's see how this battle goes. The question is, where are my dwarves respawning? Also, check this out. My dwarves are getting legendary names after all the murdering they're doing. Minkot, the Sacred Thunder, is a first example. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to wait a few seconds. Because my squads are coming back. How many baddies are on the screen? Quite a few. Oh, this is going to be bloody. This is going to be bloody, chat. Hope you guys like violence. Also, check out all these badass titles. Zasset, the Axe Dwarf. Kivish, the Sacred Thunder. Tapiok, the Sacred Violence. Bastet, the Holy Vault. The Holy Ferocity. The Sacred Storm. So if you have a religious leader as part of a squad, when you go fight shit, they get all these religious names, and it's fucking cool, and I love it. I love it. Oh, here they come. The battle begins. I can't tell my dudes to attack anybody. Go get them, dwarves. So, it begins. Because they're just coming straight in the side, and the violence begins. I don't even know what the fuck's happening. I did kind of leave this open as a potential possibility. But, ooh, Zasset the Axe Dwarf. Any name dwarves? Such violence. And the problem is my dwarves, are coming back in one by one. So this is really bad timing. So my dwarves are not expecting any of this combat. And just kind of getting wrecked. I should probably put on more fitting music. That's hard to watch, man. Warmbow, you're the outpost liaison. The outpost liaison for the faction has died, by the way. But we're just getting slaughtered here. This was such bad timing. Terrible timing. It's like a fucking killing range. Who's still alive? Come on, dwarf. Get back into a squad. Okay, you know what? I'm going to expel you so that you can just leave. Good luck. I'm gonna try and expel Redbeard. Get out if you can. Ubal, the diplomat. Warmbow has been appointed to the position of diplomat of the Granite Urn. Made it off the map, though. Which means you'll live on in Legends. So if we do anything else with the Granite Urn, you'll probably be our outpost liaison. We'll expel Id. Get out. Kubak has been appointed to the expedition leader of the Immortal Rage. So we have one dwarf left. Because everyone else is dead. Let's see if I can grab some screenshots of the actual fort itself. And let's see what we can do. There's violence coming in the front door. I'm going to put you into a squad by yourself. And see if I can lock him in here. Get inside. Come on. Run, 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 run. There's just blood everywhere. Ooh. Look at all of that carnage. Oh, God. All of this is going into the document, by the way, which is why I keep pausing. So if you want to see what's going on, !Dayforts, and go to this week's doc. So let's see if we can save this dwarf. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so, my friends. Dwarf is running in fear. He's fighting. Was able to battle a few of them. Oh, is he still alive? Nope. Definitely not. All right, so who's still alive? Oh, there's a peasant. Oh shit, we still have a peasant. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna lock this door. And lock this door. Wait. Oh no. Remember how we had a child? We had a child. This is the child who is still fucking playing make-believe by himself, more or less. Rakus Staff Thunder has assumed the position of expedition leader of the Immortal Rage. He's locked the doors. Actually, hold on. Let's see. Lock the door. Come on, dwarf. Who did we get attacked by? We can find out in a second. Oh, probably the people that we were invading, most likely. But, like, if they attacked us, like, maybe 2 minutes later, we would have already been home, and we would have won the fight. It's an iron breastplate. Damn it. Give me an image. I need to find a... I love that the... Okay. I love that this fucking monster is still here. This human monster hunter, zombie, is just chilling here. Doesn't even give a fuck. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming... It was probably either the Hatred of Nuts or the Fiery Hex, one of those two. Or the Ghoul of Yore, potentially. But I'm assuming it's the Fiery Hex because they're the closest ones to us. So I have one dwarf that's still alive, and they're locked in this room alone. What do you have here? A copper pick and an iron pick. Okay. Rakust, we're going to give you mining. And you have a very important job. Actually, you know what? No, not that way. Let's see if we can save this child. Does anybody want to claim the name of this child? Who has locked themselves alone in the guild hall? Rhinestone wants it. Dibs. Cat. Let's see if you can pull a great escape. Rhinestone, who is the son of Mincott and Ast, two of our spear dwarves who are unfortunately dead now. You had a pet cat who's also died. You're interested in your own fine bed, and you say, worried? Do I look worried? 13 years old, born on the 21st of Timber in the year 317. His hair is straight. His long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed. He's the expedition leader of our fortress. All of our animals and livestock are getting slaughtered still. Let's read a little bit about you, because we only have one opportunity to do this. He is a relentless drive, completely consumed by ambition. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and can be very single-minded. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and prefers to present himself modestly. He can handle stress and occasionally overindulges, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He is often nervous, and has an active imagination. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he is very humble. He has a greedy streak, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He laughs loudly when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Overall, he is somewhat focused with satisfied needs and untroubled after spending time with people. Untroubled after spending time with people. And he is untroubled after doing nothing, and after doing something creative. So I'm going to take a screenshot of that because you are the only dwarf left, and we're going to try our damnedest to give you a great escape moment. And I'm going to screenshot your looks and your age. And we're next week, whatever the theme is, we're going to be part of the Granite Urn, and we'll see if you show up. So next Saturday, when we do the next day fort, we're going to hope that you show up. I'm super happy that we ended this way, that we're ending this way, like with the fort getting destroyed, because this is awesome, actually. I think that this child needs a round of beers, chat. What do you think? This is pretty fucking great. It sucks, and it's depressing, and it's sad. The rage was not immortal. But it's a fitting ending. We've had so many of the day forts, like, just kind of, nothing super exciting happens when we move on. But this one, yeah, this is a good day fort. This is good shit, especially because we have possibility for continuation. Also because we were able to successfully expel Rombo, now, who was appointed to the position of diplomat of the Granite Urn. Managed to make it off the map and became another dwarf, or became a dwarf with a new job. That's way too cool. We made history here. Oh no, he's getting thirsty. Shit. Come on, child. Actually, you know what? We'll dig you off the map. Do you guys think he'll make it? What do you think, chat? He's getting thirsty. Wait, are the invaders leaving? Nah, it doesn't look like it. All right, you are outside. Does the expelling. Leave vacant. There we go. Okay, we expelled him. I had to remove him as the expedition leader. Leave the map, child. Run away. Your strength has been broken. I assume that means he made it off the map. Goodbye, child. And that's day forts in Dwarf Fort. Although, because a little bit of time is passing right now while the game is saving, I'm going to just real quick jump into Legends and look this dwarf up and see what happened. Please let him not have died. And of course, if you'd like to download these worlds that I play in for the day forts on Saturdays, you can find those all over at in that Google Doc that was linked in chat by audio a minute ago. It was a good day fort to die. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a peek. You're still alive. You were expelled, so you made it out. You made it out. You were born in 317. He was the only son of Mincot and Ast, settled in Warpath, and became a member of the Immortal Rage, became the owner of the cat Kikrost, who unfortunately died, fought in the soaring attack in the defense of Warpath, became the expedition leader of Warpath in the Immortal Rage, ceased to be the expedition leader and was expelled. So hopefully that dwarf is able to make it out. The lost child of Warpath. Yep. It's okay, we know what you meant. Not bad. I think we'll call it. I might do a night stream tonight. Might. Depends. I kind of want to nap. But regardless, I think we're going to call it there. Kind of want to end this stream on a high note. 7 hours of broadcast. Guaranteed tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. We will start with records. But maybe around midnight Pacific. Keep an eye out for a potential night stream. And does anybody want to do a secret stream?
This is madness!
How many people would pop in and listen to some records on Discord in about 15 minutes? Yeet. Would you be interested in that? If so, pop into Discord and keep an eye on the music room for an @ here. And I'll chuck some records on the table. Just pop in, mute yourself. And join the the voice chat room. Just join the voice chat room, pop into the stream, and mute yourself. And I'll probably let it run for 1 or maybe 3 records or so. So, yeah. See you guys on Discord, maybe. And I'm going to find someone for us to host. Someone who's cool. Who is cool? I'm going to send you guys over to Sui. She's playing Tomb Raider. Sui's one of my teammates. She's just getting started. She's super chill and relaxing. And I'll see you guys over there, potentially. If not, that's okay too. And I'll see you guys on Discord in a couple minutes. Have a good night. Cheers, everyone. That's the starting soon button. That's the ending button. I should swap the two because I always hit the wrong one first. Cheers.
Bongo, bongo, bongo.